If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 91, The Sage Arts of Rika Cave. Sasuke looked confused. Natsuo's disguise was very simple. Anyway, he himself didn't really take action. But some people could still perceive some small problems to some extent. But considering the harmonious environment of the Uchiha clan, and the fact that many wives subconsciously believed that the distinguished Uchiha should also have some hidden cards, no one really paid attention to Natsuo's strength. Sasuke was one of them. Not to mention when Natsuo started teaching Sasuke how to fight, and completely crushed him. Natsuo should have the strength of a Chunin, although not as good as Itachi, but definitely not weak. This was Sasuke's original impression. But now, he could easily defeat ordinary Chunin, and Neji could easily defeat him, which meant that he should at least have the strength of a Chunin. And Neji showed great respect for Yakushi Kabuto, who most likely had the strength of a Jonin, or even an elite Jonin. However, Yakushi Kabuto showed utmost respect for Natsuo. Is Natsuo really strong? But if he is really strong, why didn't he directly seek out Itachi to avenge the clan? Sasuke was a little confused. However, as the son of the Uchiha clan, he quickly regained his determined expression. Natsuo's thoughts were his own thoughts. Sasuke would not force others to help him. Moreover, the idea of seeking revenge against Itachi was Sasuke's own will, and it had nothing to do with whether Natsuo was strong or not. Even if Natsuo was strong and actively wanted to seek revenge against Itachi, Sasuke would feel troubled. Itachi is my enemy, my revenge, and I don't need anyone to interfere. In that case, what does it matter whether Natsuo is strong or not? Father Natsuo has already done a great job. Under his efforts, the Uchiha clan's population has gradually prospered. Although there is still some distance from returning to its peak, he has completed his duty. He is working hard for the revival of the Uchiha clan. So, the remaining task of seeking revenge against Itachi should be mine. It's just that I'm thinking of a way to become stronger. Sasuke frowned and sighed helplessly. He had originally planned a complete plan of taking Naruto to the club to stimulate his own sense of shame and advance his Sharingan. Unfortunately, this perfect opportunity was disrupted by Naruto's unexpected actions after only a few attempts. Originally, Naruto was supposed to be a mere onlooker, providing amplification for his own shame. But he was not content with just being an onlooker. He joined in. Yes, Naruto had already started experiencing the beauty of the club. He saved money and, during one of the times when Sasuke took him to the club, he directly paid for the services. Sasuke was stunned. Even he is still a virgin. Yes, although he has been to the club several times, Sasuke is still a virgin. Mainly because Sasuke feels that being a virgin is the easiest way to experience shame. The less experience one has, the more one can feel the sweet and sour shyness. If he really became a regular customer, the club would probably be useless to him. As a result, Sasuke didn't become a regular customer, but Naruto did. He even took Sasuke to the club proactively. In Naruto's words, all the girls there are talented, beautiful, and sweet-talking. I really like being there. Now it's not Sasuke pulling Naruto anymore. It's Naruto pulling Sasuke. And Naruto is even gradually improving, making sarcastic remarks and teasing Sasuke, completely acting like a know-it-all. Maybe it's because Sasuke has accumulated enough shame before, or maybe Naruto's sarcastic remarks have had a great effect on Sasuke. Sasuke's Sharingan has evolved. At just 11 years old, he already has the 3-Tomo Sharingan. If it weren't for his chakra not being able to support it, and unable to fully utilize the advantage of learning ninjutsu with the Sharingan, perhaps not even Neji would be his opponent. What else can I do to become stronger now? Sasuke helplessly looked up at the sky. Should I let that brat Naruto play around in front of me? Meanwhile, at the same time, Natsuo has also successfully passed the test of the third snake princess, Taijutsuim, in Rika Cave. Of course, just like the previous two cases, he also made a request to have a child. However, unlike the previous two people, perhaps because she is the strongest among the 3 snake princesses, he became too proud. Although they had agreed that if he bit her neck, she would give birth to his child, after Natsuo did so, she abandoned the agreement and instead seemed furious, wanting to eat Natsuo. Natsuo could only gently reprimand her. With a smile on his face, Natsuo put his arm into Taijutsuim's mouth and said to her, "Come on, eat it. My arm is right here, why aren't you eating it?" Taijutsuem kept whimpering, tears streaming down her face. Pity her sharp teeth, all scattered around, what will she use to bite? Really, I clearly respect the rules of the game, but some people are just being stupid. Natsuo shook his head. Natsuo is a gentle gentleman, and he will never lay a finger on a woman if she doesn't want it. Except for that one time with Tsunade, which was an accident, he has always upheld this principle. This is his most basic respect for women. But I respect you, can you also respect me? We agreed on the rules, and I have worked hard for it and fulfilled your requirements. But now you suddenly break the rules unreasonably? I'll give you two choices, either help me have a child, or I'll send you to death. Natsuo still had a smile on his face. Taijutsuem, woo. Oh, sorry, I haven't pulled my arm out yet. Natsuo retracted his arm, slightly disgusted, and shook off the slime on it. It's also because they are snakes themselves. Otherwise, if a normal person inserts their arm into someone's mouth, their esophagus would rupture. So have you decided what you want now? Taijutsuem burst into tears and said, having a child. I choose to have a child. To be honest, I am the best at having children. Natsuo smiled as he looked at Taijutsuem's submissive appearance. After several days of hard fighting, Natsuo, led by Taijutsuem, walked into the temple at the deepest part of Rika Cave and met the White Snake Sage. Hey, White Snake Sage, you're using your snake form. Natsuo looked curiously at the coiling White Snake Sage and said, don't you take on your human form when the tests are over. The White Snake Sage often disguises herself as an old lady who is already old, with a short stature, wearing a white long gown and a headscarf. The fact that the three snake princesses are usually in human form indicates that Rika Cave seems to prefer taking human form, and the White Snake Sage is no exception. I am worried that you will make a move against me, an old lady. Dade the White Snake Sage, grinning and dangling a cigarette from his mouth. As an old god, I don't want to engage in a fight with a male and experience the feeling of having my neck bitten. Natsuo. You worry too much. With your appearance, even if you were given to me for free, I wouldn't want you. Natsuo hasn't gotten to the point of becoming so perverted that he wouldn't let an old woman go. He smiled and said, besides, I am just a younger generation. Even if I were to really make a move, I wouldn't be your match. Only when Natsuo stands in front of the White Snake Sage can he feel the surging and overwhelming chakra, as well as the extremely cold and powerful aura. It seems like an infinite amount of natural energy is pouring into that massive body, but it is effortlessly absorbed without overflowing. Natsuo's chakra is already very strong. With multiple system upgrades, not inferior to the famous chakra-rich ninja clans like Uzumaki and Senju. In addition to the enhancement of the sage body, the only one in the entire ninja world who can compare chakra with him is probably the already deceased first Hokage. However, even so, he doesn't think his chakra can match the person in front of him. The accumulation of hundreds of years is truly too powerful. Of course, chakra is chakra, and battles are battles. The chakra of the three snake princesses cannot be underestimated, but they were easily subdued by Natsuo. Great White Snake Sage, I hope to receive the inheritance of the Rika Cave sage arts. Natsuo said respectfully. Please grant me permission, Great White Snake Sage. Sage arts inheritance? You don't plan on learning my sage mode? Great White Snake Sage keenly caught onto Natsuo's words. Sage arts inheritance is just knowledge, sage mode is the foundation. Yes. Natsuo replied with a smile. I'm not too fond of rigorous training, it takes up too much time. After hearing this, the Great White Snake Sage was speechless. Not fond of training? So how did you become so strong? By having children? The training for Sage mode takes at least a few months. Naruto took a long time to train in Sage mode, starting off as an incomplete version and gradually becoming proficient. Natsuo didn't think he could learn faster than the Child of Prophecy. Maybe if he worked hard for a few years, he would eventually achieve a crude, inferior version like Jiraiya, and then he would really cry. With this time, how many children could I have and how many things could I obtain? Perhaps among these children, someone will achieve the reward of Sage mode. Whatever. The Great White Snake Sage waved its tail. Taijutsuem, take him to see the sage arts. Yes, Great White Snake Sage. Taijutsuem nodded slightly, her eyes showing a hint of unwillingness. The three snake princesses, including herself, were forced by this man to give birth to children, leaving only one Great White Snake Sage in the Rika Cave. Surprisingly, Natsuo stopped, and they didn't fight? It would have been interesting if they fought, regardless of whether Natsuo won or lost. If she won, she would be able to see the White Snake Sage surrendering. If she lost, it would be even better. She could take revenge on Natsuo through the White Snake Sage. It's a pity that nothing happened. In just one day, Natsuo memorized a large number of sage arts, some of which are quite similar to the Hyuga clan's caged bird, or rather, they are exactly the same. Could it be that the ancestors of the Hyuga clan came to Rika Cave in the past and obtained the inheritance of Rika Cave? Natsuo speculated. But now he has a clue to unravel the caged bird. With further contemplation and gradual experimentation, he will soon be able to break the Hyuga clan's caged bird. After recording all the sage arts, he returned to Konoha and began researching with Yakushi Kabuto. Of course, there were also other news during this time. For example, Ringo Aiha finally gave birth. This is the first child born to a cage-level kunoichi. Chapter 92, The Best Experimental Subject. Offspring +1, Comprehensive Potential Evaluation is 176, you gain Chakra +14, Wood Release, Advent of a World of Flowering Trees. A potential of 176. Previously, the highest was Uzumaki Yoko's child, and it was only 170. Is this the potential of a cage-level powerhouse? Natsuo's face was solemn. In fact, if it weren't for Uzumaki Yoko's bloodline, it is estimated that he could not compare with Ringo Aiha. After all, there is a fundamental difference in strength between the two sides. It's not in vain that I worked so hard to personally educate you and accompany you to see the doctor. Aiha felt like hitting someone after hearing this. Educate me personally? Thank you so much. And it's even more excessive to say that we went to see the doctor. We were just playing a joke on them until they gave in, you didn't suffer any loss. But what did you do when you came back? You used the excuse of having me be close to you because I was about to give birth. I don't need to say what you do every day, right? You make me hear your voice from the next room every day while I sleep. You should act like a person. Aiha gave Natsuo a fierce glare, then couldn't help but look at the child she had just given birth to. That fierce gaze slowly melted away. Natsuo noticed this and smiled slightly. In fact, many of the wives in his family had a change in their eyes when they gave birth. Especially the female spies in the family, no matter what their purpose was, they gradually revealed their true nature after giving birth. Having a child really brings about a big change in women. The most typical example is Uzuki Ijao. As the first spy to marry into the Uchiha clan, she had been in contact with Natsuo for a long time and knew just as much as Sasuke. But she kept all these things to herself and didn't say a word to the third Hokage. According to Natsuo's knowledge, there had been constant undercover battles due to the turbulent situation in the shinobi world recently, and the third Hokage was short-handed. Therefore, he decided to transfer Uzuki Ijao out to carry out normal missions. After all, several years had passed, and Uzuki Ijao had been undercover for so long, giving birth to 3 children, but not a single piece of information had been transmitted back. The third Hokage felt quite regretful. However, after the order was secretly transmitted, Uzuki Ijao only replied indifferently. I'm sorry, third Hokage, but I have just given birth to a child and the current situation is not suitable for me to continue serving the village as a shinobi. This was not just a matter of physical discomfort. Her child had been born for a while now, her body had recovered, and her combat power remained the same. In fact, because she married into the Uchiha clan and gained several ninjutsu, her strength might even be stronger than before. But the real focus of this sentence is not suitable to continue serving the village as a shinobi. Although Ijao didn't say it explicitly, she chose the Uchiha clan over the village. In the end, the third Hokage sighed helplessly and revoked the order. Spies? Uchiha is never afraid of spies. Even the third Hokage, who was the instigator, had to tie up loose ends and clean up everything to truly make Ijao a Konoha shinobi and marry into the Uchiha clan. From the beginning the Uchiha clan had stated that they did not care if the kunoichi married into the clan just to receive the reward of the mission. Anyway, it's just a transaction. They provide money and effort, and you provide your body to have children. Under this tolerant attitude, several kunoichi even voluntarily confessed to Natsuo that they were spies from other countries. And Natsuo just communicated with Konoha a few times, made a report, and treated her as usual. This shows her sincerity. If this matter were to be exposed, Uchiha's attitude towards Ijao would not change. But the title of planting a spy undercover in one's own village and clan would trap the third Hokage. There have been disagreements within Konoha, which have slowly eased due to external pressure. If this kind of scandal were to break out, could Konoha still unite? After Aiha child was born, several Chunin and Chunin wives also gave birth one after another. But none of them could compare to Aiha's existence. At the same time, Uzumaki Yoko and Kazahana Koihoki have regained their health and are pregnant again, along with several other wives. Natsuo has high expectations for the children that will be born to these wives, especially Uzumaki Yoko's son. Not only because Yoko has the most powerful bloodline among Natsuo's wives, but also because this group of women became pregnant after he awakened the sage body. Of course, it's not just these two, Anko and the three snake princesses are also the same. Although the sage body physique may not be inherited by the next generation, it can enhance their potential, right? There are still 10 months left and I hope to get even stronger. Natsuo silently anticipates in his heart. Another month passed. With the help of information about senjutsu obtained from Rika Cave, the curse mark, caged bird on Neji's forehead was finally deciphered. It really disappeared. Neji stood in front of the mirror, dumbfounded, looking at his smooth forehead. He repeatedly touched his forehead as if to confirm it over and over again. Compared to his mature temperament in the past, he now truly looks like someone his age. Yeah, it's gone. Natsuo smiled and said, I've also told you the method, but currently, besides me, it seems that only the Hokage can break the caged bird seal. Breaking the curse seal is also a technical *LL, much more difficult than sealing techniques, requiring extremely strong chakra control to complete the task. Natural energy is not something docile at all. The difficulty of the caged bird seal can be seen from how it has locked the Hyuga branch house for countless years. It is truly a powerful ninjutsu. Natsuo even suspected that even if he handed over the method of breaking the seal to the third Hokage, he might not be able to unlock it. Thank you, Natsuo-sama. Neji took a deep breath, deeply bowed, and said, the Hyuga clan will not forget your contribution. We will definitely keep our promise. Wait until you can represent the Hyuga clan before saying such things. Natsuo smiled. With your current strength, it's a bit difficult to represent the Hyuga clan. Neji's current level is probably equivalent to that of an elite Chunin. Considering his upcoming graduation, he is indeed outstanding. But that is only when compared to younger children. Compared to the Hyuga clan, this level of power is like an ant trying to move a tree. I still need Natsuo-sama's support. Neji lowered his head slightly, as he had long been mentally prepared for this. Yet, another thing has come up. Maybe you can give it a try. Natsuo looked towards Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto smiled and took out a bottle of medicine, saying, this is the result of my and Natsuo-sama's research. It uses natural energy as its core, condenses the curse seal, and slowly cleanses the body with natural energy, achieving the effect of enhancing mental power. Neji, this medicine combines a large amount of technology and is developed based on your caged bird. Yakushi Kabuto said, sighing heavily. Indeed, this was the initial collaboration between Yakushi Kabuto and Natsuo. A method to enhance the power of Natsuo's wives. Initially, they targeted Orochimaru's cursed seal, but then Natsuo discovered that this cursed seal only allowed one to use their strength without restrictions, without enhancing one's inherent strength or potential. So, they turned their attention to developing a plan to permanently enhance the human body. They encountered one obstacle after another until they came across Neji's caged bird, where the medical team found their inspiration. The curse mark, caged bird can store natural energy in the body for a long time, releasing energy while sealing the Byakugan, and continuously absorbing natural energy to maintain balance. What if they modified the structure of the caged bird to release natural energy at an extremely low dosage? Wouldn't that be equivalent to subtly purifying one's body with natural energy? They decisively began their research and, with the arrival of the Rika Cave technique, finally achieved results. In theory, we can enhance your power by twice, increase your resilience by twice, and give you a certain ability to resist harsh external environments. Of course, in reality, we have only conducted animal experiments and have not experimented on humans yet. Do you want to give it a try? Yakushi Kabuto smiled and said, this kind of direct enhancement of the body should be most suitable for your Hyuga clan's fighting style, right? The Hyuga clan's fighting style is gentle fist. It's a physical technique. Physical abilities directly affect combat power. Of course, the main reason he recommends it is because Neji is an excellent experimental subject. The caged bird has been in his body for a long time, which has also made his body more receptive to natural energy. He is the most suitable as an experimental subject. And Neji did not refuse. Now that the caged bird has been liberated, he is a free man. But Neji knows that once he leaves this room, he will need to put on the mask again, cover his forehead with a forehead protector, and be cautious and obedient to the main family at all times. Even though he is already free, he is still restricted. This feeling is even more uncomfortable than not being free. Just thinking about it makes him feel uncomfortable all over, wishing to announce the fact of his freedom to the entire shinobi world in the next second. Yakushi Kabuto certainly sees Neji as an experimental subject, but since he dared to bring it out, it is obvious that the success rate of this potion is extremely high. So, Neji directly accepted his kindness. Well, let's start training then. Natsuo smiled and said, I didn't pay much attention to you before because I wasn't sure if the caged bird could be released. But now I can invest more in you. This was also the agreement they had made. So, originally disguised as Sasuke's friend, Neji, who would come to the Uchiha residence almost every day after school, now practically lives with the Uchiha. Externally, he claims that as a student at the ninja school, he coincidentally met Natsuo and thought that the Chunin was very strong, so he wanted to learn ninjutsu from him. Although Higa Hayashi thinks that his nephew has poor judgment of people and chose the worst Chunin. But he didn't say anything. Even if Natsuo is the weakest Chunin, he is still much stronger than the teachers at the ninja school. Following Natsuo is better than going to school, right? Originally, Natsuo was only teaching Sasuke, but now he has another Neji. Sasuke was a bit unhappy about this, but he quickly accepted it, because he found that he had great results when sparring with Neji. Perhaps it's the Uchiha's innate will to never accept defeat that makes Sasuke dislike failure, so he naturally values Neji, who has defeated him, and sees him as his rival. So, maybe I should consider taking Neji to the club next time. Sasuke thought to himself. Naruto has already become too predictable and can't have much of an effect on me. But this Neji might be able to. Yes, this is using his competitive spirit against him. After all, Natsuo once told him that the difference between a strong and weak person lies in their way of thinking. Chapter 93, Why Kurene's Hesitation. Today, Kurene was out shopping with her best friend, Anko. Looks like we have to buy clothes for the child again. Why do kids grow up so fast? Anko complained with a sad face. Every day, I'm buying clothes for him. What about my nice clothes? Kurene glanced at Anko and said, You're pregnant, what do you want to wear? Without hesitation, Anko replied, Of course, crop tops, fishnet stockings, black stockings, white stockings, pleated skirts, and camisoles. Hold on. Are these things you can wear now? Kurene was confused. And why does it sound like the things Natsuo likes to see? Of course, Natsuo likes them. Anko confidently said. If we can't catch a man's attention, what's the point of wearing clothes? We might as well not wear anything. Kurene, but if I remember correctly, you're pregnant. Can you still wear these? Maternity clothes would be more suitable. Maternity clothes don't show off your figure. Anko pouted. You still need to have a figure to show off. Kurene couldn't help but say. Look at your belly before you speak. Anko was already pregnant, and her belly had grown big. Although she was not at her peak yet, she was obviously not suitable for wearing such clothes. Tch. Anko pouted and tugged at her belly, dissatisfied. Can only look, can't buy. It's really troublesome. It's so uncomfortable to see cute little dresses but not be able to wear them. Kurene, how about we just go home directly? Let's not buy clothes for the child either, so I don't have to feel uncomfortable looking at all those clothes I can only look at but not wear. Kurene helplessly covered her forehead. No, you go back if you want. But I made a promise to your baby that I would buy her new clothes. Kurene. You're so good to his. Anko was shocked. We've known each other for so many years, and you've never bought me a new piece of clothing. Why are you buying his clothes and not me? No, I'm jealous. Kurene, if you don't buy me a piece of clothing too, then I'll lie on the ground and won't get up. Speaking, she was about to lie down on the ground. Kurene. She's already a mother, why is she still so unreliable? The Uchiha clan doesn't have to worry about food and clothing, and there are specialized nannies to help take care of the children. But as a mother, it is natural to prepare clothes and food for the children and give them extra care. However, Anko is an exception. She has a big heart and has entrusted her own child to Kurenai. Instead of focusing on raising her child, she is now jealous of the other children. Anko, you're almost like a second mother to the child, can't you be more mature? Kurenai said helplessly, do you know what your child calls me? He calls me Mom Kurenai. But what does he call you? He calls you sister. Anko, what does that mean? Do you understand? After a moment of contemplation, Anko happily said, that means I look younger than you. Kurenai silently stared at Anko's head. She thought about what angle she should start from to hit Anko as much as possible without harming the child in her belly. Alright, don't be like this. Anko pouted and said, I came here to buy clothes for the child. If you don't want to give me clothes, can't I give you some? Anko does care about her own child. She also prepares clothes and toys for her own child like any other child. It's just that she herself is like a child who hasn't grown up. Kurenai felt a wave of powerlessness. She not only had to take care of her own two children, but also Anko's child and Anko herself. And now, Anko is about to give birth to her second child, and her workload is obviously going to increase again. But at this moment, Kurenai? Anko? Long time no sees. A familiar voice came, and Kurenai frowned. Asuma, it has indeed been a long time. Kurenai said. The person who came was none other than Asuma. He had a cigarette in his mouth, and his smile, which couldn't be hidden by his bushy beard, was revealed as he walked over. Hong, what have you been busy with lately? It feels like I haven't seen you in a long time. Stop. Kurenai couldn't help but interrupt. Put out your cigarette first. Hey. Asuma was taken aback. Sure, what's wrong? Are you blind? Kurenai took a deep breath. Anko's belly is already showing, and you're smoking right next to her. Can't you show a little care for women? She gave Asuma an angry look. Smoking has a huge impact on women. Didn't you see Anko take several steps back after seeing you? Sorry, Kurenai, I really didn't notice this. Asuma felt a bit embarrassed. Normally, with his abilities, he shouldn't have missed this issue. But it had indeed been a long time since he last saw Kurenai, and in his excitement, he overlooked this problem. Don't apologize to me, apologize to Anko. Kurenai sighed deeply. Where has your decency gone? Natsuo has never been like Asuma. Not to mention smoking around pregnant women, he even ensures that every wife of his is happy when pregnant. No matter what the wife does, he never shows any anger towards her. In Natsuo's words, this is called ensuring the physical and mental health of pregnant women in order to give birth to healthy babies. Men should be generous and accommodating in such situations. Look at Natsuo, and then look at Asuma. Truly, a world of difference, thought Kurenai to herself. Asuma frowned, feeling somewhat unwilling. But it was indeed his fault, so he apologized to Anko. It was originally a small matter, so Anko naturally forgave him. However, she still kept her distance. Asuma smelled of smoke, which is not good for the baby, so it's better to stay away. Although she was somewhat dissatisfied with Asuma, they were still friends after all. What have you been up to lately? Kurenai sighed in relief and asked. Asuma made an effort to change the subject and smiled, saying, I recently went to the border of Uegakure and had a fight with the Uegakure shinobi. Those guys were no match at all. Once I broke into their ranks, it was a complete massacre. He boasted loudly, trying to enhance his own image. If one didn't know his level, his boasting about the massacre would be comparable to the fourth Hokage. Kurenai cautioned, Asuma, you've said too much. It's better to keep the mission information confidential. Although Asuma's words were mostly self-praise, the remaining information could still be discerned by others. In order to maintain confidentiality, Konoha also has corresponding confidentiality rules. No problem. Asuma waved his hand carelessly. Anyway, the conflict on my side has already come to an end, so there won't be any leaks. However, Kurenai glanced at Asuma with deeper suspicion. Does the end of the conflict mean there can be no leaks? The confidentiality rules for shinobis require that secrets be kept until death. If he was alone with her, it would be fine, since some secrets might be known to other shinobi of a certain level. But now they were in a commercial street. Hey! Kurane frowned, showing some dissatisfaction with Asuma. Asuma had violated the rules more than once or twice, but obviously no one would specifically blame a child of the Hokage for that. Asuma continued to boast for a while, and then asked, "By the way, what have you been busy with, Kurane?" "I've been teaching the Uchiha clan genjutsu." Kurane brought up her initial excuse. "Still teaching?" Asuma frowned. "It's been over 2 years, and you haven't finished yet." "Well, now I have more work with the children's genjutsu enlightenment." Kurane nodded. "No, isn't that inappropriate?" Asuma furrowed his brow. "That's Natsuo. He's a pervert. It's said that he changes wives every day." Kurane was somewhat dissatisfied and said, "Those are all rumors. Don't talk nonsense. With Natsuo having so many wives and considering the fertility rate, how could he change partners every day? It's just a rumor." "No, Kurane, you don't understand." Asuma shook his head, with a disdainful expression, and said, "That guy has a bad reputation. With so many beautiful women around him, he must have used some shady means." "Asuma, don't judge a person's character based on rumors alone." Kurane said somewhat displeased. "How many times have you actually seen Natsuo? I've known him for so long and I haven't seen him use any means." "Is that so?" Asuma breathed a sigh of relief. "That's really good then. But that person's reputation is not good, and it's not suitable for you to continue staying with the Uchiha clan. You've been teaching for long enough, it's better to withdraw." "Withdraw?" If it was before, Kurane had indeed prepared herself to withdraw. She even planned to bring her child with her in the form of adopting an orphan. But now, Kurane seemed to have gradually become accustomed to life within the Uchiha clan. Eating delicious food from the Uchiha, sleeping in warm rooms, listening to Natsuo's gentle and soft words of love, watching the children grow up little by little. Should I really withdraw? Kurane suddenly felt conflicted. She had gotten a little used to life within the Uchiha clan and her body instinctively didn't want to leave its comfort zone. Asuma continued saying, "Kurane, let me arrange for you to join my team. I feel that the relationship with my previous teammate is not very good, so I will expel him and make you join. If your team isn't performing well, then I won't join." Kurane replied, her expression irritated. Asuma's action of taking her out of her comfort zone only made her feel more irritated. "It's fine, leave it to me," Asuma confidently said. "Anyway, I don't like him either. I'll kick him out and bring you in, it works out perfectly." Kurane became even more frustrated. "He is your teammate, can you really do that? Don't bother me, let me handle it myself." Indulging a teammate with a bad relationship, what if there are coordination issues? Asuma snorted, then said to Kurane, "Don't worry, I'll start working on it now. I'll have results within a week." "I said, I can handle my own affairs." Kurane became even more frustrated, her voice showing some impatience. This time, Asuma finally heard the tone in Kurane's voice. His brows furrowed and he couldn't help but say, "Kurane, you don't want to leave the Uchiha clan, do you?" Kurane opened her mouth. Yes, she really didn't want to leave the Uchiha clan. There she felt extremely relaxed. There was the warmth of children, the gentleness of Natsuo. She didn't need to consider anything else. The Uchiha clan seemed to isolate all the bad things from the outside world, leaving only a space that resembled an ivory tower. This made Kurane feel very content. Asuma noticed the hesitation in Kurane's eyes, and immediately a surge of anger rose within him. "Kurane, what's so good about the Uchiha clan? Why do you suddenly not want to leave?" Kurane felt even more troubled in her heart but found it difficult to speak. "Did that guy, Natsuo, do something to you?" Asuma became furious instantly. "I knew that guy wasn't a good person. I'll bring the security team and arrest him right now." "What reason do you have to arrest someone?" Kurane couldn't help but speak up. "Can't your young master temper be controlled?" However, Asuma was struck as if by lightning. "You dare to insult me?" He widened his eyes and stared at Kurane. "You dare to insult me because of him? Damn it! Have you also been deceived by that guy? I shouldn't have let you become a genjutsu teacher. Now even you have fallen for his tricks. Kurane! What did Natsuo do to make you like this?" Asuma glared at Kurane, as if seeing a traitor. Kurane noticed his gaze, but it only fueled her anger. What relationship do I have with you? On what grounds do you always interfere in my affairs? On what grounds do you always make decisions for me? The anger broke through the limits of rationality. What did she do to make you like this? Kurane retorted directly in her anger. I was the one who did something to him. Chapter 94, Uchiha Clan's Secret Technique, Wealth Release Technique. Asuma stood there dumbfounded, as if he hadn't heard clearly. Kurane, what did you say? I think I didn't hear it clearly. You've always been pushing me to leave the Uchiha clan, right? Well, let me tell you, there's no need anymore. Kurane coldly snorted. I've gotten used to living in the Uchiha clan. There's no need to move. After all, I have already given birth to 2 children for him. Both me and the children are very comfortable. You don't need to worry about us. Asuma was completely stunned. Although Kurane had been living a secluded life for the past 2 years and had less contact with outsiders, Asuma never expected this outcome. After all, as a ninja, it was normal to have long-term missions that kept them away from home. When Asuma became a guardian ninja, it was normal for him to not return home for half a year or even a year. Asuma's mission frequency was neither high nor low, but with the ever-changing situation in the shinobi world, many of Konoha's missions were aimed at other countries, inevitably prolonging the time spent away. In addition, other people also took missions and needed to go out. So, it wasn't just him and Kurane who didn't see each other for long periods of time. Kakashi and the others were also away from the village for long periods of time. But he really didn't expect this outcome. How is this possible, you and him? How is this possible? Asuma took 3 steps back, his eyes filled with disbelief. Wait. The children. 2 children. If they're not twins, then... Yes. Kurane's pretty face blushed slightly, but she still bit her lip lightly and said firmly, it's just as you think. We've been together for a long time, but it hasn't been made public. And now, I think it's time to make it public. No. Kurane, how could you do this? Asuma was completely confused and said in a flustered manner, did he force you? No. He must have forced you. I'm going to K*LL him right now. Who do you want to K*LL? The father of my child. Kurane's voice suddenly turned cold. Also, I have already married into the Uchiha clan, so please call me Uchiha Kurane. Don't casually call me Kurane anymore. We're not that familiar. Upon hearing this, Asuma felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His expression changed several times, from confusion to incomprehension, and finally turned into anger. Kurane. Why did you marry him? Asuma became even angrier, his eyes were almost filled with murderous intent. That guy has dozens of wives. How could you be interested in someone like him? What makes me worse than him? Asuma's heart was filled with anger. However, Kurane simply said calmly, Natsuo is much better than you. At least he doesn't force his decisions on a woman who has nothing to do with him. Asuma and Kurane eventually parted ways on bad terms. Because of the incident, the news quickly spread. Regardless of Asuma being the Hokage's son or Kurane being the strongest genjutsu shinobi in Konoha, they were both well-known figures. As expected, this issue was spread and exaggerated. In the midst of all this, Natsuo couldn't help but laugh at this peculiar situation. Because although he knew that Kurane was becoming more and more accustomed to the lifestyle of the Uchiha clan, she herself had not yet made the decision to truly marry him. She was still hesitating, and although Natsuo had promised Kurane that once her child was born, she would be free to take the child with her and that he would discreetly support her. However, in her heart, this promise was just a tactic to buy time and convince Kurane to stay in the Uchiha clan. If Kurane was still determined to leave, Natsuo knew she would have to come up with a strategy to change her mind, even if it meant resorting to extreme measures. He may be accommodating to his wives, but that doesn't mean he would allow her to leave with his son. In the end, Asuma's pressure made Kurane decide to accept her current life. At first, it might have been just angry words, but later on, Kurane did not regret it. Although others may gossip, it is still better than being with a man like Asuma who wants to control everything. This is her idea. On one hand, as an independent woman, she is unwilling to accept polygamy, considering it as a personal inequality. But on the other hand, no matter what others say, she is determined to do what she wants to do according to her own thoughts. Natsuo naturally encourages this. That same day, he welcomed Kurane into the Uchiha clan, and performed a marriage ceremony, without thinking about since you have given birth to my son, you should stay by my side, there is no need to complicate things. Kurane looked at the solemn ceremony and felt a little relieved. Perhaps her decision was not wrong. And in her emotional state, Natsuo also received a return gift from Kurane that day. Because Kurane had just given birth and her body was still in the recovery period, it was naturally inconvenient for them to share a room. But after all, they were newlyweds. On the day when any wife enters the house, Natsuo would only stay in that wife's room. This is the minimum respect. However, unlike other wives, Kurane's body was not convenient, and Natsuo himself was prepared to rest obediently for the night. But the result? It's okay. Kurane blushed and whispered, there are many other ways, not just this one. Natsuo looked at Kurane, shocked. He didn't expect her to play this way. Are you sure your name is Kurane? Isn't it Anko? Meanwhile, news of Asuma also reached the ears of the third Hokage. Oh, is that so? Asuma, this child, has grown up and is still jealous of others. He really doesn't understand. The third Hokage listened to the report from the Anbu, shaking his head helplessly. Then he began to deal with other matters. About 3 hours later, the third Hokage held a mission scroll, hesitating. Ah, there are too few Chunin in the village, and they are all working hard. The third Hokage sighed softly. But this mission can only be completed by a Chunin. Send me the list of Chunin who are still in the village. Soon, the secretary brought the list. The third Hokage looked back and forth at the list. He suddenly slapped his head and said, oh, Natsuo Chunin hasn't been on a mission for so long. Although I understand the difficulties he faces in reviving the Uchiha clan, the village is currently in a crisis, so please assign him this mission. And so, a mission order from the Hokage was delivered to Natsuo. Rank B mission, assassinate the left guard of the Land of Lightning, Kakishimoto Haru. The position of the left guard is a military position, not a high rank, but it holds local military power. The key is that the location of this Kakishimoto Haru is right in the Kumigakure supply depot, and he is constantly surrounded by patrolling shinobis. On the surface, assassinating a low-ranking official may not even qualify as a B-rank mission. But in reality, this mission definitely carries risks close to an S rank. Is this revenge? Anko's chest heaved with anger, her eyes widened. Could it be that even the Hokage would seek personal revenge? Kurane's expression also turned grim. She couldn't help but remember Asuma's actions when she wasn't part of the Uchiha clan. Changing her teammates, assigning her the same mission as Asuma. It's truly sickening. The only question is whether it was Asuma's doing or the third Hokage's action. Could it be both? I'm sorry, Natsuo, it's all because of my stubbornness. Kurane's face turned red with embarrassment. This mission is not easy. With Natsuo's strength as a Chunin, he might have to risk his life to complete it. Hey, what are you thinking? Natsuo couldn't help but chuckle. It's just a mission. Do you really think I would go to my death? Then are you going to refuse? Anko asked in surprise. As shinobis, we can't refuse the Hokage's missions. Who said I was going to refuse? Natsuo smiled. Don't forget, we Uchiha also have secret techniques. Secret techniques? What secret techniques? The two women looked at him curiously. Our Uchiha clan's secret technique is called, wealth release technique. Natsuo smiled and increased the quest reward by double, then handed it to the quest hall. With the generous reward, the shinobis quickly came to claim the mission and went to complete it. Before long, news of the mission's completion arrived, and Natsuo went directly to sign the report for completing the mission. A report that was written by the shinobi himself. Anko. Kurane. Third Hokage. They never expected Natsuo to do such a thing. After all, shinobis mainly complete missions for money. Who would have thought that Natsuo would simply pay to have someone else solve it? But even the third Hokage couldn't find fault with it. Shinobis are allowed to use external assistance when completing missions. For example, they can spend money to purchase information to aid in completing the mission. Natsuo took it a step further. He directly paid to have the mission completed. This is just. The third Hokage's mouth twitched, but he could only suppress the Uchiha clan within the rules. Likewise, Natsuo also played his tricks within the rules. Everything was reasonable and legal. Next, third Hokage frequently assigned tasks to Natsuo. Natsuo casually outsourced all the tasks. The third Hokage hinted that the village shinobis should not accept Natsuo's tasks. Then, the next second, Natsuo contacted Akatsuki. Third Hokage specifically assigned a confidential mission that should not be disclosed to outsiders, in order to isolate the possibility of Natsuo hiring people. Then Natsuo agreed on the surface, but as soon as he took a step out of the village, he turned back. After wandering the streets for a long time and eating a lot of snacks, he finally went to the Hokage's office to report. "I'm sorry, Lord Hokage, the mission failed this time." "Ah. Why did it fail?" "Because as soon as I left, I suddenly discovered Orochimaru's trace, so I had no choice but to retreat." "What? There was no trace of Orochimaru at the gate." "How would I know? As soon as I saw him, I quickly withdrew. Why didn't I check it carefully? As for why I didn't fight Orochimaru desperately. Come on, I'm just an ordinary Chunin. How could I not fear Orochimaru, whom even you couldn't k*ll?" Third Hokage, who was stuck with a set of excuses, had to quickly arrange for other ninjas to take over. Extremely dangerous high-level missions often had significant consequences and could cause great damage to Konoha if delayed. He doesn't know what the third Hokage was thinking with this back and forth, but Natsuo seemed to be having fun. Sasuke, Guran, Anko, and others looked displeased. "This is targeting us, Uchiha," Sasuke said with a disgruntled expression. "Now I understand why my father had several arguments with our clan members in the past. This is clearly targeting us." Although Sasuke was young at the time and didn't know much, even he could sense the atmosphere among the Uchiha. Guran also snorted. "I thought the third Hokage was a qualified and good Hokage, but now I'm disappointed." Anko was even more direct and said, "In recent years, Konoha has been declining. This must be the third Hokage's fault." However, Natsuo chuckled lightly. Why bother taking it to heart? After all, the third Hokage has worked hard and achieved a lot. It wouldn't be surprising if he died at any time. Why do we need to be so calculative? Everyone was confused. What kind of reasoning was this? After a while, due to the increasingly tense situation in the shinobi world, the third Hokage decided to hold a joint Chunin exam to showcase the strength of the new generation of Konoha and maintain the precious peace they had. At this moment, Natsuo, who had grown a little tired of it all, smiled faintly. It looks like something interesting will happen. Chapter 95, Medicine Seduction Showdown. In reality, the conflicts in the shinobi world have been escalating to a point where even the third Hokage finds it difficult to control. It wouldn't be surprising if a war broke out in the next second. However, although all parties are prepared for war, none of them are ready to be the first to strike. That's why this strange war cloud has been lingering without fully erupting. The suppression of the Uchiha clan can only be described as a game, while the third Hokage's focus remains on suppressing the war. He combines external deterrence with gentle persuasion, boosting morale and taking precautions. He has been working hard for this. But there are limits to everything. For example, not long ago, the third Hokage paid a certain price to send away the Kirigakure delegation. Ao is an experienced Kirigakure shinobi with a particularly sharp mind, making him the Mizuki's strongest assistant. He originally came with Terume's orders, pretending to be strong and then surrendering his eyes if he couldn't do it. As a result, the third Hokage talked tough but was actually scared. After a few attempts, he discovered this fact and became even more aggressive. The third Hokage may not necessarily be unaware of Ao's intentions, but there are too many crazy people in Kirigakure. While Ao doesn't want to go to war and the Mizukage also doesn't want to go to war, who knows if they will suddenly start a war under the influence of a few madmen. Anyway, the Kirigakure shinobis are abroad, so no matter how they fight, it will hardly affect the homeland of the Kirigakure. Even if he can guess Ao's purpose, the third Hokage still chooses to prioritize peace and pays a certain price to reach a peace agreement with Kirigakure. We fought against the Uchiha clan for so long, but we couldn't get any favorable treaties on the battlefield. I never expected that we could actually bring it to the negotiation table. Ao didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Although they didn't get much in the end, it doesn't stop Ao from giving all the credit to Terume and continuing to advocate for her. However, the third Hokage also feels that he has gained a lot. Kirigakure's financial resources are limited, and extorting a small amount is enough to satisfy him. To exchange a little cost for the growth period of Konoha. In his opinion, it's quite a good deal. However, although the cost is not high, it is still the result of humiliating the country. The third Hokage's prestige has diminished slightly, and other countries have also begun to notice Konoha's weakness. At this time, the decision of the third Hokage is: let's hold a Chunin exam. His gaze is firm. Invite Kirigakure and Tsunagakure to join together and witness the strength of our Konoha shinobi. The essence of the Chunin exam is not created for the promotion of genin, but it is an important occasion to observe the strength of other countries. Although the younger generation is not strong, they represent the future of the village. This itself is an important component of national strength. The third Hokage is well aware that although Konoha's top-level strong individuals are struggling, most of them die in internal conflicts, but there are still many promising talents among the genin, surpassing those of other countries. Send out invitations to all countries. The third Hokage said in a deep voice. The third Hokage's command is not a secret. He had no intention of hiding it, but rather made a big announcement to Uegakure, Kumigakure, Tsunagakure, and Kirigakure. Of course, the possibility of Uegakure and Kumigakure participating is very low, but the possibility of Tsunagakure, Konoha's former ally, and Kirigakure, who has just signed a treaty, participating, is very high. Participation in the Chunin exam is included in the treaty between Konohagakure and Kirigakure. The Chunin exam requires some time for preparation, contacting various countries, and giving other shinobi villages time to prepare. During this time, Natsuo was not idle. He continued to work hard, impregnating several kunoichi, including some genin level 1s. Also, many of Natsuo's wives gave birth during this time, although none of them were particularly strong or possessed a Kekii Genkai, but there were quite a few children with a potential of over 100. In terms of mental power and chakra, Natsuo made great progress. Under the continuous increase of mental power, the last remaining obstacle was finally overcome. A dark and mysterious chakra surged in his mind, making his eyes tingle, then the unique visual patterns of the Mangekyou Sharingan became even more complex. Natsuo closed his eyes and quietly felt it for a while. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. In the mirror, his eyes were unexpectedly a combination of a windmill and a hexagram. Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. After working so hard for so long, I finally succeeded. Natsuo looked at the pupils in the mirror, feeling the continuously surging immense power of the eyes, and smiled. The biggest difference between the Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan and the normal Mangekyou Sharingan is not just that the eyes of the holder do not suffer from the side effect of blindness. It is the even more powerful eye power. The side effect of blindness is meaningless to Natsuo, as the sage body itself can achieve this ability. However, the sage body cannot solve the fundamental difference in the power of the Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan and the Mangekyou Sharingan. Only by activating the Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan can the power of Susanoo truly be exerted. That is, the complete body Susanoo. It's just in time, maybe I can use it soon. Thinking this, Natsuo glanced at Yakushi Kabuto, who was still smiling while adjusting Neji's body with medicine. Then he showed a gentle smile. Neji has already graduated. However, he did not accept the village's arrangement to become a disciple of another genin. Instead, he stayed in the village, citing the protection of the Hyuga clan as the reason. Hyuga Hayashi is very unwilling to this. He believes that Neji is very talented and should not become the guardian of the Hyuga clan at such a young age. At least he should train himself well and become a genin before taking on this job. He is not really despising Neji's strength, but sincerely feels that it is a waste of Neji's talent to graduate directly and become a guardian. Neji could have become stronger. However, Neji insisted on this and smiled, saying, Hayashi-sama, think about it. To become a guardian of the Hyuga clan I need to go out and train for 10 years, but now I can directly graduate and become a guardian of the Hyuga clan. Isn't this saving 10 years of debtors? Hyuga Hayashi was speechless. Is it the same treatment for a genin to be a guardian and a genin to be a guardian? He suspected that Neji was simply talking big and still harbored resentment towards him, due to him causing his father's death. However, Neji insisted. I am loyal to Hinata-sama. I will talk about training after Hinata-sama graduates. Eventually, Neji's request was accepted. Anyway, it's only a year, so let's go along with Neji's wishes. However, only Yakushi Kabuto and Natsuo truly understood the true goals of this young man. And his true strength. Physical fitness has improved by 30%, mental strength has improved by 5%. Natsuo-sama, our research has been successful. Yakushi Kabuto smiled and then said to Neji, Congratulations, Neji. You probably have the physical SK*LLS of a Chunin now, in other words, you have become a special Chunin. A special Chunin refers to an elite shinobi who has reached the level of a Chunin in certain aspects but has temporarily fallen behind in other areas. Neji originally had the strength of a Chunin, and now with the medicine, his physical abilities have been greatly enhanced. His strength naturally skyrocketed. I still have a long way to go compared to real Chunin. Neji said modestly, shaking his head. Not to mention, there are many Chunin in the Hyuga clan. I still need to work harder. Take your time. Natsuo smiled and said, you're still young, you have time, no need to rush. Then he looked at the potion with a fiery gaze. Neji's experiment has proven that this potion, named Revival No. 1, is truly effective and has no side effects. In other words, the research was successful. However, it is still difficult to become as strong as Neji in such a short time. After all, having the caged bird has imprisoned him, but also allowed him to adapt to the existence of natural energy, making his efficiency much higher. If the same potion were used on Natsuo's wives, the effectiveness might be greatly reduced, and the consumption would be much higher. At the same time, Revival No. 1 is not a limitless enhancement for the body. Although Neji has not reached his limit, according to Yakushi Kabuto's estimate, he can only improve a Chunin's physical fitness by 50% and mental strength by 10%. Any more than that would have no effect. However, Natsuo didn't care about that. After all, he didn't have many time restrictions. His only requirement was that it not be harmful. So, he created a bunch of Revival No. 1 and gathered his own wives. Of course, not everyone, only the most outstanding wives. Yukino, Uzuki Ijeo, Yi Kurane, Ringo Aimeirai, Anko, Uzumaki Yoko, Kurama Yakumo. Only these few. The difference in favoritism towards wives by Natsuo was not the most important. What was more important was that although some of the wives were not weak in strength, they had already become accustomed to the comfortable life of the Uchiha clan. They were even lazy in their daily training. If it weren't for Natsuo's strict supervision, they would have completely relaxed a long time ago. They didn't have the intention to become stronger, so why bother putting in effort? Moreover, the current production capacity is very low. Natsuo mentioned the matter of the potion and said, the cost of Revival No. 1 is not low. To see results, you have to drink a bottle every week and continue for 2 to 3 months to see initial effects. The current production capacity can only supply 2 people, but I am expanding the capacity and will gradually arrange it for all of you. So, the main issue now is who goes first and who goes later. After this statement, the women fell silent. Anko's eyes lit up and she said, honey, I really need strength. Please help poor little Anko, okay? As she spoke, she even acted coquettishly and shook Natsuo's arm. She had always wanted to seek revenge against Orochimaru. How could she give up the opportunity to become stronger? Then Kurama Yakumo interrupted her. Anko, you should step aside. My strength is even lower than yours. My body is currently weak to the point that having a child could cause my death. I believe ensuring the condition of my body is the top priority. Uzuki Ijeo stood up and said in a deep voice, Yakumo, you don't understand. Becoming stronger also requires gradual progress. Your foundation is too weak, and a sudden increase in strength may affect your control. You can't handle this, let me go first. Although she has accepted the Uchiha lifestyle, she has not given up on becoming stronger. As a kunoichi, one should always strive and persist in training. Ringo Aimeirai couldn't help but speak up, saying in a deep voice, do you Konoha kunoichi understand what it means to maximize resources? Resources can only be maximized when invested in the strongest person. Shinobis need to make rational judgments. There is no doubt that the strongest person here is her. As a Kirigaku kunoichi, Aimeirai is not as decadent as those wives who only know how to lie down. She constantly pursues the improvement of her combat power, even during pregnancy, she never forgets to exercise to the maximum extent. How could she refuse a medicine that would help her improve her strength? Uzumaki Yoko coughed. From the perspective of maximizing resources, I think it is reasonable for the strongest person to have priority in resources. However, strength is only one aspect. I think bloodline itself is also a matter to consider. I am already pregnant now. By making myself stronger, I can further influence the child and make the child even more talented. Isn't that the most reasonable method? The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, combined with the child I am about to conceive, considering all factors, I believe it is the right choice to give me a spot. Anko immediately became anxious. Why do these people always compete with me? You are not in a hurry to become stronger, why do you want to compete with me? Are you forcing me to use my ultimate move? Without hesitation, she directly leaned against Natsuo's chest. Husband, please. Anko-chan really needs it. Anko has always followed a wise and charming route, her words are always seductive, and when she said this, she deliberately added a seductive tone, giving people goosebumps. Ijao took action without hesitation. She knelt behind Natsuo, then began to massage his shoulders and back, and said coquettishly, "Darling, please." Yoko chose a different approach. She decided to seduce him. Therefore, with her clothes half open, she exuded beauty and tenderness, and said in a sweet voice, "Husband, you said yesterday that you wanted to experience. Don't you want to try it? I only need a small reward." Amaerai snorted coldly. "What can you do that I can't? I am a Kirigaku kunoichi, I never give up." Yakumo blushed even more, lowered her head and whispered, "I haven't properly served you, Lord Husband. Don't you think this is a good opportunity? Damn! Have you all gone crazy? When did our Uchiha clan become so competitive?" Natsuo was dumbfounded. Chapter 96, Snake's Surprise. Natsuo's stealthy smirk. Natsuo originally thought that all of his wives were all very generous, never jealous, and uncompetitive with each other. But now that he thinks about it, they were like that because they didn't need to fight for what they wanted. With the financial and material resources of the Uchiha clan, what can't they get if they want it? In addition, most of the time they are pregnant or in the postpartum period, so there is no situation like the ancient emperor's harem where they fight for the throne. But it doesn't mean that they won't compete. Strength is something that every shinobi needs. When there is something they truly need in front of them, who wouldn't strive to be the first? Even the gentlest Uzumaki Yoko, due to her early experiences, deeply understands that strength is everything. Even she wants to compete, let alone others. Natsuo has enjoyed it for a long time, but also struggled for a long time. In the end, he decided to give 2 places, Yukino and Yakumo. Yukino was the first woman Natsuo was with, and her strength was the lowest. But because she was the first to be with his, she had the aura of the main wife. She did indeed manage to not fight or snatch, treating every subsequent woman fairly and maintaining a stable and harmonious atmosphere. So, this time, Natsuo decided to give her a spot. As for Yakumo, her physical condition was too poor, and she was the one among the women who needed the potion to enhance her physical fitness the most. Without taking the medicine, it would probably take a long time for her to have the physical fitness to give birth. But as Natsuo said, he is currently expanding production capacity and increasing output as much as possible. Slowly, all the women will benefit and receive advantages. Actually, expanding production capacity is not complicated and can be resolved quickly. The real limiting factor for output is the problem of high costs. The revival number 1 requires the consumption of 1 bottle per week, in addition to precious materials such as Hashirama cells and auxiliary materials. Taking everything into account, even just considering the cost, each wife would consume 1 to 2 million per month, comparable to an S-class mission. And if it weren't for Neji's body that has adapted to natural energy to a certain extent, it would take at least 3 years of continuous consumption to achieve complete mastery. The cost of this medicine is so high that it could be compared to the reward for Asuma's life, and he has elite Chunin strength and is the son of the 3rd Hokage. Apart from the wealthy Uchiha, who can afford such a high price? Of course, Natsuo and Kabuto are also optimizing the formula, hoping to reduce costs, increase production capacity, and spread the revival number 1 to Natsuo's entire harem as quickly as possible. Natsuo is full of fighting spirit. My wives can become even stronger. Natsuo's wife improvement plan is still underway. During this time, the 3rd Hokage actively contacted other ninja villages. 3rd Hokage's estimate is not wrong, except for Tsunagakuer, which is already an ally, vassal, and Kirigakuer, who has just signed an agreement and feels that they should actively change their closed image. Kumigakuer and Uegakuer have both expressed their refusal to participate in Konoha's Chunin exam proposal. However, the 3rd Hokage didn't expect them to participate anyway. As long as Konoha's genin crush the Kirigakuer and Tsunagakuer shinobi, it is enough to demonstrate Konoha's strength and serve as a deterrent. Anyway, the shinobis of Kumigakuer and Uegakuer will be actively collecting information about the Konoha Chunin exam, so there is no need to worry about them not finding out. In the end, the participants in the Chunin exam are Konoha and its ally, Tsunagakuer, as well as Kirigakuer and several small rural villages who seek not to win but to participate. However, the third Hokage is unaware that while he is focusing on the outside world, Konoha itself is also in turmoil. In a dark forest in Konohagakuer. Orochimaru, why did you summon me? Shimura-den still has his body wrapped in bandages. He leaned on his cane and knocked on a tree root beside him. He, long time no see, things are not the same as before. Orochimaru's unique hoarse voice sounded. He slowly walked out of the shadows, a cold smile hanging on his lips. After all, we are old acquaintances. How about we catch up? Orochimaru, I'm not interested in chatting with you here. Den's voice was cold. You and I are not that close. Don't tell me that someone like you would actually do such a thing. Tell me your true intentions. It's really cold-hearted. Orochimaru didn't mind, his eyes slightly lowered as he said directly, I want to K*LL the third Hokage. Den's eyelids twitched, but he remained calm. Otagakuer in my hands also participated in the Chunin exams this time. Orochimaru said with a smile. We also joined forces with Tsunagakuer. I believe that with a surprise attack, it won't be a problem to K*LL the third Hokage. Of course, I need someone to cooperate with me. I need you to leak information at crucial points, so that my subordinates and I can approach the third Hokage smoothly. After all, you know. He smiled. I don't trust you either. With so few subordinates, I really can't venture too deep into Konoha. What do you think? Would you consider cooperating? However, Dans coldly snorted. I am Konoha's shadow. I won't let anyone who poses a threat to Konoha go unpunished. Orochimaru, if you dare to harm Konoha, don't blame me for being impolite to you. But as for whether or not they would cooperate with Orochimaru, not a single word was said. Or in other words, he will not allow anyone who poses a threat to Konoha to go unpunished. So, if he only targets the third Hokage, would he leave him alone? Although there was no definite response, Orochimaru knew that they had reached a cooperation. But he was still not satisfied. Orochimaru smiled and said, don't say that, aren't we friendly partners? I think there are many things we can discuss between us. For example. His eyes narrowed, filled with a playful smile. I remember that you and your root have been inexplicably attacked many times. Aren't you curious about who could do such a thing? You know. Dan's old eyes widened, showing a hint of seriousness. Since the incident at the Shimura clan, he had discovered nothing. And of the attack on Root's base, where numerous valuable samples were lost and precious instruments stolen, in addition to exposing him to the entire village, no clues had been discovered until now. For Root, which is essentially Anbu and focuses on intelligence, this is simply a disgrace. Unfortunately, even if Dans exhausts all means, he cannot wash away this shame. Do you know who that person is? Were you the one who attacked the base? Dan suddenly became serious, then immediately shook his head. No, you cannot do such a thing. I have investigated afterwards, and all the members had their minds destroyed by the enemy's powerful illusion techniques. Even their memories cannot be accessed. It is clear that you do not possess this illusion ability. His words were firm and certain. Because the one who knows Orochimaru's situation best in Konoha is perhaps him, who has had multiple dealings with Orochimaru. Although there is no proof, I should know who did it. Orochimaru smiled lightly, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. He also has no evidence. But sometimes, evidence is not really necessary. With a grudge against the Root, exceptional strength, and SK*LLED in illusion techniques. Elder Dans, you should know that there are not many experts in this world, and others do not have the motive to act. I know of one person, with considerable strength and fully capable and motivated to target the Root. He is. Orochimaru was about to say the person's name. But in the next second, he suddenly stopped speaking. Instead, his pupils contracted, his body stiffened, and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. If you look closely into his eyes, you can see the reflection of a young man with a soft smile sitting calmly on a branch above Dan's. The young man had a smile on his lips, with one hand resting on his thigh, and the palm of his hand supporting his face, looking down with great interest at Orochimaru and Dan's. Hey, who is this person you're talking about? Dan's frowned and said discontentedly, didn't you say you wanted to reveal his identity to me? If you really know who that person is, I can consider cooperating with you, and we can also discuss other collaborations. Now, can you speak? Meanwhile, Orochimaru's cold sweat flowed down, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Dans actually knew nothing about the young man on top of his head? Was it an illusion? Natsuo, you've become stronger again. Chapter 97, The Surprising Benefits of Negotiating with a Snake. Dans continued to ask Orochimaru persistently, but Orochimaru suddenly fell silent. Are you planning to wait until after K*ling the third Hokage to trade with me? Dans frowned but did not think too much about it. Orochimaru seemed to have no intention of speaking, so they could discuss it later. Besides, Dans did not lack items to trade with Orochimaru. With Konoha's backing, he could obtain infinite resources, and Orochimaru's numerous research projects needed a large amount of them. But what Dans cared about the most was not the people who destroyed the root research facility, but the position of Hokage. So, after several failed attempts to get a response, Dans simply left. The next second, Natsuo appeared in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I always thought we were excellent trading partners. Natsuo sighed softly. I never expected Orochimaru-sama to use my information as an item for trade with Dans. This is truly... Natsuo's face was filled with pain. Doesn't your conscience hurt? No, because I don't have a conscience at all. Orochimaru had the urge to reply with this, but he did not dare to say it aloud. Because Natsuo was emanating a strong K*ling intent. The unique Mangekyou Sharingan pattern in his eyes erupted with a chilling aura that seemed to come from hell. Chakra was unleashed from his body like a heavy hammer hitting him hard. His strength has increased again. Orochimaru silently swallowed his saliva, his eyes filled with fear. Natsuo was already strong before, and now he was even more formidable. He was so strong that even though he was so close, he managed to hide his own figure with genjutsu. And Dans, a veteran cage-level expert, did not notice at all. The pattern in his eyes has changed. Has his Sharingan evolved again? Shun. Suddenly, Natsuo's figure approached, Orochimaru's pupils contracted, and he instinctively prepared to react. But his body sank. The next second, the arm that had been raised half a centimeter was cut off in one fell swoop. Genjutsu control, direct attack. Back then, Itaki responded to his ambush in the same way, but now Natsuo achieved all this more easily and simply. He has improved so much compared to before. Wasn't this guy always obsessed with having children? When he met him before, although the pattern of defeating himself was like Uchiha Itake's, various details showed that Natsuo was far from being on par with Uchiha Itachi, only taking advantage of his own weaknesses. But now it is different. Orochimaru's face turned ugly, blood flowed from his wrist, quickly wetting the ground. Orochimaru-sama, you have been ignoring me all this time. Does this mean that our transaction is completely over? Natsuo sighed lightly. Yakushi Kabuto will be sad. He probably didn't expect that when you betrayed me, you didn't remind him to leave the Uchiha clan early. After all, if I had known about this, I might have K*led him directly. Orochimaru took a deep breath and looked at the man in front of him. He completely ignored the pain in his wrist and revealed a smile. I'm sorry, Natsuo-sama, but I also have my own difficulties here. After all, as you heard just now, I am preparing to lead my shinobi village to launch a surprise attack on Konoha. I need a lot of power, and it is obvious that our trade with the Chunin will suffer as a result. And after I attack Konoha, I will probably be targeted by an angry Konoha for a while, and I will urgently need financial and material support. Only the root can provide me with these resources. I'm sorry about this, but I have no choice. In short, the foundation of the trade between the two sides no longer exists. Although Orochimaru's subordinates can cultivate female Chunin steadily, the growth of a Chunin cannot be completed in just a year or two. The original combat power will probably be greatly lost in the surprise attack on Konoha, making it difficult for him to continue the trade with Natsuo. And after completing the surprise attack on Konoha, he will definitely face the relentless retaliation from Konoha. No shinobi village can tolerate the fact that their own shadow is assassinated by others, especially the person who K*led the Hokage, and there is no other ninja village to rely on. Even if Konoha cannot produce shinobis who can defeat Orochimaru in a direct confrontation, using political and economic means to sanction him would be enough to make him suffer. Unfortunately, Orochimaru, who has consumed most of his reserves due to the war, urgently needs sufficient material replenishment. Apart from dans, he cannot find enough trading partners. And if he wants to trade with dans, he naturally needs to prepare enough bargaining chips, and Natsuo's existence is the most significant one among these chips. Natsuo-sama, now you understand. Orochimaru said, covering his severed hand with one hand, his voice hoarse. The end of our trade is inevitable. I understand. Natsuo nodded and sighed lightly. It's a pity, I always thought you were a good trading partner. Orochimaru has been a great help to him. After Yakushi Kabuto brought in a group of kunoichi, the two sides held 3 rounds of exchange. In total, more than 10 genin educated by Orochimaru married into the Uchiha clan. And these genin, on average, gave birth to 2 children, and more than half of them had children with potential exceeding 100 points, bringing considerable gains to Natsuo. Now Natsuo can easily suppress Orochimaru, and one of the reasons is the trade with Orochimaru. However, since reality has already become like this, then Orochimaru, when you betrayed me, you probably prepared yourself to be k***led by me. Natsuo sighed softly. I understand your difficulties, but you also need to understand mine, right? Although Natsuo sighed, he wasn't angry. Orochimaru naturally had his own difficulties and the freedom to break agreements. He also respected Orochimaru's freedom. But at the same time, Natsuo also had his own difficulties and the freedom to k***ll Orochimaru. I respect your freedom, so you should respect mine, right? I hope that we can respect and understand each other. Don't worry, out of our friendship, I won't let you suffer too much. Natsuo sighed softly and said, I will diligently k***ll the souls within the various seals you left behind. Please rest assured. Orochimaru's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He could tell that Natsuo was serious. Although he didn't know how this guy found out the secret of his seals, the increasingly dense Kaling intent around him had already told him that this guy really intended to KLL him. Wait. He couldn't help but say, his pale face seemingly becoming even paler. Natsuo-kun, can't you let me go? Natsuo softly said, no, Orochimaru-sama, please respect the feelings of someone you betrayed. But Natsuo-kun, even if I betrayed you, with Dan's strength, he won't be able to defeat you. You won't suffer much loss. It's okay, even if I k***ll you, with Orochimaru-sama's strength, there might still be some resurrection method that I don't know about. I won't pursue you after you come back to life. That way, you won't suffer any loss either. Natsuo-kun, this is Konoha. If we fight, it will definitely cause a big commotion. Won't that affect your goals? It's okay, I'm actually getting a bit bored of hiding. Let's expose our strengths. If it really doesn't work, I'll just k***ll dance and the third Hokage together. It's not a big problem. Not a big problem, my foot. Are you trying to challenge a whole village of shinobi? Orochimaru couldn't help but think, but he had to admit that Natsuo had the strength for it. Because his eyes were the same as Uchiha Madara's eyes back then. Uchiha Madara was able to make the Uegakuer shinobi bow down with his own power, so why couldn't Natsuo overturn the entire Konoha with his own power? The current Konoha is far from being as powerful as it was back then. And this man, who has been lurking for so long, seems to have prepared himself to expose himself. Or maybe he's just playing around. He can expose himself at any time, but he can also choose not to. Perhaps one day, when some ignorant people come looking for trouble, he will truly reveal his strength. Natsuo smiled and walked slowly towards him. His steps were slow, but every step he took felt like a blow to Orochimaru's heart. Wait. I can pay a price to save my life. Orochimaru reluctantly spoke up. Oh? Tell me about it. Natsuo rubbed his chin, with a playful look on his face. I have a kunoichi with a special bloodline here, her strength is at the level of an elite genin, and she could even become a Quasi-Kage level at any time. Orochimaru sighed lightly. She is my capable subordinate, both in terms of strength and management ability, she is unparalleled. She possesses a unique ninja art, the crystal release, although it is not as powerful as Uchiha or Senju bloodlines, it is still quite formidable. The person Orochimaru was talking about was Guran. She was the first backup for Orochimaru's reincarnation vessel. Apart from Kimimaro, who was already ill, and Sasuke, who had not yet met Orochimaru at this time, she was the most suitable candidate. In the future, Orochimaru would also command her to recapture the Three Tails. Although she didn't succeed, she didn't suffer too serious injuries. This shows her strength. Orochimaru's face was full of regret. Guran is a great vessel for reincarnation. If possible, he really doesn't want to hand her over. But there's no other way. If he doesn't produce some genuine goods, Natsuo will really start k*ling people. Natsuo squinted his eyes, and he at once thought of who Orochimaru was talking about. It has to be said that this is indeed a generous gift. Even among the talented members of Natsuo's harem, Guran's strength is second only to Ringo Aimarai and can be ranked second. It's not enough. Natsuo said coldly. I heard that Yakushi Kabuto is helping you develop secret medicine. Orochimaru sighed softly. I have some information here that I can give you. It's still not enough. I don't currently have a use for Yakushi Kabuto. I can lend him to you temporarily, but when the Konoha collapse plan is implemented, I will need his help. It's still not enough. I have another talented kunoichi with a Kekii Genkai under my command. Although her strength is only at the Jonin level, her talent is very high. She is also one of my potential vessels for reincarnation. With a little training, he should be able to advance to elite Jonin, or even stronger. Orochimaru's face was full of reluctance, which was very rare for someone accustomed to a cold expression like him. But I can't give her to you now. She is still young and not yet at the age of childbirth. I also need her help in the upcoming Konoha collapse. After the plan is over, I can send her to you. This is already the final price I'm willing to offer. If you still want more, then I can only gamble with you to see if you can k*ll all the shinobis I've placed under the curse seal. I have cut off my path to resurrection. Orochimaru shrugged helplessly and said, to fight or not to fight, it's up to you, Natsuo. I won't add any more ransom. This is already the last ransom he can offer, and it has made him heartbroken. If he continues to be extorted, he might as well take a gamble with Natsuo and see if he can be completely k*lled. Orochimaru has been seducing children and deceiving those with special bloodlines. The candidates for reincarnation that he has accumulated over the years are so few, and now Natsuo has taken away 2 of them. It's really painful. Add one more condition. Natsuo finally said. I want to participate in the plan to destroy Konoha this time. As he said that, he revealed a gentle smile. Recently, the third Hokage really made an effort to suppress us Uchiha. All because you acted too much like him. Otherwise, why would the third Hokage pay attention to such a trivial matter out of jealousy? Orochimaru secretly mocked, but still said, I agree. I originally just wanted to see who would participate in the plan to destroy Konoha, but unexpectedly, I ended up gaining a lot from Orochimaru. Natsuo sighed softly. This time can be considered a great harvest. The most talented kunoichi on Orochimaru's side have been given to Natsuo. Originally, he only paid attention to the village's surroundings because of the plan to destroy Konoha, thinking that Orochimaru might come over. That's how he discovered the transaction between the two recently. Unexpectedly, this gain is quite satisfying. Although the extortion was a bit harsh, since Orochimaru won't be able to continue sending kunoichi to him for a while, Natsuo doesn't mind taking advantage of the situation. Furthermore, the plot of the Naruto series can no longer keep up with the pace of changes. Neji has only recently graduated, and the plan for the collapse of Konoha is about to be executed. Who knows how the future will unfold? Well, I should be able to defeat the plot enemies in a fight. Natsuo said with a light laugh. As a transmigrator, should I still trust Naruto and Sasuke to save the world? Isn't that undervaluing yourself? He walked lightly towards the Uchiha residence, clearly walking openly on the street without covering his face, but it was as if everyone ignored him. It's the genjutsu of the Sharingan, reducing his own presence. Natsuo also used this method to get closer to Dan's and not be discovered. Dan's himself actually has no resistance to genjutsu, and the Sharingan on his body has only become a consumable, serving no purpose. Natsuo just hid not too far away, it wasn't that difficult. But as soon as he entered the Uchiha residence, his eyebrows suddenly furrowed. In Natsuo's eyes, the pattern of the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan suddenly appeared, and his cold gaze looked towards the ground. There was a strange and vigorous chakra coming from there, and this chakra was still moving around, running everywhere in the Uchiha territory. Although he hasn't caught his true form yet, Natsuo can guess what this strange thing is. White Zetsu. Has Obito started looking for me? Chapter 98, Potions, Plans, and Pillow Talk. Natsuo naturally had to hide his true strength at first. Whether it was the third Hokage or Dan's, they would not allow a strong member of the Uchiha clan to roam freely. After all, unlike Sasuke, Natsuo, as an adult, was not only familiar with the atmosphere within the Uchiha clan before, but if he paid enough attention to detail, he might even discover the true reason behind the Uchiha clan's annihilation. Due to Konoha's importance as a place to gather high-quality kunoichi, Natsuo always presented himself as harmless. Even if he were to take action, it would be Uchiha Itachi who would take action. What does it have to do with me, Uchiha Natsuo? However, as his strength gradually increased, especially after awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan, he began to relax his concealment. After all, with increased strength, the threat posed by Konoha weakened. Now, it has become as Orochimaru speculated. No one cares about me, and I can't be bothered to expose my true strength. If someone has ideas about me, I'll just k*ll them. Oh, except for the third Hokage, after all, he's about to die, and Natsuo still has some tolerance for the dead. So, when he met Tsunade at that time, Natsuo didn't hide anything. Tsunade couldn't recognize Natsuo immediately because his reputation as an Uchiha who dedicated himself to having children all day was too loud, making her subconsciously feel that their strength did not match. After all, as a medical nin, she knew very well how much effort it took for a woman to get pregnant. And so, Natsuo was almost always working hard, even when not actively working, he was recovering his energy. How could he have the energy to train? Therefore, even though he discovered some clues, in addition to not wanting to face his problems head-on, he abandoned the idea of returning to Konoha and instead turned his attention towards Ringo Aimarai, so he headed towards Kirigakure. Obito, on the other hand, was different. Although he relied on White Zetsu's special abilities, the information he obtained after spending a certain amount of time was only slightly better than Tsunade's, not enough to determine the identity of the unknown Sharingan user. But he had a lot of subordinates. With White Zetsu spread throughout the shinobi world, he could easily send a few to investigate the true situation of the Uchiha. This was fundamentally different from Tsunade, who only had 2 people and couldn't even bring herself to tell Shizuan. So now, a White Zetsu had infiltrated the Uchiha clan residence. So many women. White Zetsu sighed. By the way, what does it feel like to be involved with a man or a woman? Is there any difference from the feeling of defecation? I really don't understand. Obito is the same. We work so hard, why won't he tell us what it feels like to defecate? As he roamed underground, he sensed the situation above. The Uchiha clan is quite powerful. There are many people with a large amount of chakra. Is she from the Uzumaki clan? Oh, that's Ringo Aimarai. She's actually here. White Zetsu was shocked. He had only come here as part of his routine duties. Obito didn't even think that Natsuo would be the person with the Sharingan alongside Ringo Aimarai. The main purpose of White Zetsu's arrival was to see if there was any connection between Natsuo and the unknown Sharingan. If Ringo Aimarai is here, does that mean Natsuo is really the person who was with her? Wait, where is Natsuo? White Zetsu was suddenly shocked and tried even harder to sense the situation of the people above. And at this moment, the earth suddenly rose and split. A hand calmly reached out and lifted White Zetsu out of the ground. Are you looking for me? Natsuo's gaze was calm as he carefully glanced at White Zetsu. Judging from the chakra, you're at the Chunin level. Obito has really spent a lot. Coincidentally, my laboratory is lacking research materials. He actually took the initiative to bring them to me. Thank you. White Zetsu was about to say something, but the next second, he met Natsuo's eyes. The best way to use captured White Zetsu was as experimental material. They were not normal people. They didn't have emotions like fear or panic. Threats and temptations meant nothing to them. They simply followed Black Zetsu's orders. So Natsuo carried White Zetsu and walked straight into the laboratory, finding Yakushi Kabuto. Natsuo-sama, where did you find this person? After Yakushi Kabuto finished his examination, he was shocked. His physical activity far exceeds that of an ordinary person, his chakra level is also impressive, and he possesses the unique transformation technique and the ability to merge with the ground. These are quite practical shinobi techniques. But why do his cells seem more like wood than human? Yakushi Kabuto was excited. Such a test subject, even Orochimaru-sama didn't have one, right? He couldn't help but ask, what kind of Kekii Genkai is this? Where did you find him, Natsuo-sama? It wasn't me who found him. Natsuo said directly. Take a closer look, he doesn't have reproductive organs. He is a kind of combat weapon, manufactured in a factory. Humans live with the purpose of reproduction, unless they are deformed, they will have reproductive organs. A combat weapon? Are there better combat weapons in this world than the ones created by Orochimaru-sama? Yakushi Kabuto frowned. Orochimaru also has some clone people under him, like the sons of Uchiha Shin. But even clone people can reproduce. White Zetsu, on the other hand, was created purely for combat. Of course, Natsuo knew the true identity of White Zetsu. He was a combat weapon created by Princess Kaguya to counter the Tsutsuki clan. His original form was someone who had been affected by the infinite Tsukuyomi. Because creating White Zetsu requires the God Tree, Natsuo didn't expect Yakushi Kabuto to be able to study the mass production method of White Zetsu, so he said directly. Yakushi Kabuto, I hope to use this strange life form to create a potion that enhances the physical body. The previous potion we created, Revival No. 1, had limited improvement on the shinobi. But this. Natsuo patted the White Zetsu who was under a genjutsu-induced sleep. The potential of this body is quite impressive. The cells of White Zetsu were almost like wood, similar to a lower-grade version of Senju Hashirama's cells. It also had the compatibility with other human bodies, showing great potential. This can definitely serve as the foundation for a potion that enhances the physical body. Yakushi Kabuto also became interested and pushed up his glasses, saying, I can give it a try. The two exchanged glances and immediately started taking action. The following research was arduous. Meanwhile, the Chunin exams in Konoha village were still being prepared steadily. Yakushi Kabuto needed to participate in the exams to gather information for his plan to destroy Konoha. Neji also decided to participate in this exam. He hoped to gain some fame to facilitate his future plans to change the Hyuga clan. After all, no one would believe a nobody who claimed to save the world. Although teaming up with Yakushi Kabuto would increase his chances of winning, Yakushi Kabuto still had to participate in the plan to destroy Konoha. It wouldn't be good for him to expose himself and potentially endanger Neji. So, in the end, he decided to request permission from the third Hokage to participate alone, considering the reputation of the Hyuga clan. The third Hokage granted his request. Neji had strong abilities and skillfully used his body and gentle fist. It wasn't just a dream for him to defeat a Chunin head-on. By participating in the exam, even without a teammate, he would undoubtedly achieve a fairly good result. On the other hand, Orochimaru's apology had also arrived. Natsuo looked at the woman kneeling in front of him peacefully. She had hair color similar to Conan's and a similar face shape, except for a different hairstyle and without Conan's cold appearance. Or perhaps she should have had a cold personality, but in front of Natsuo, she couldn't be cold and didn't dare to be cold. But she still looked as beautiful as a flower. Natsuo sighed lightly. You know everything, don't you? Yes. Guran maintained her composure, lowered her head, and bowed. Orochimaru-sama has already told me. Her arm trembled slightly, and her gaze seemed lifeless. It was evident that her inner emotions were not as calm as her expression. Unlike those women who only wanted to marry into the Uchiha clan and live a peaceful and happy life, Guran was Orochimaru's loyal subordinate, following Orochimaru with dreams in her heart. For Orochimaru, she was even willing to die. Becoming a backup vessel for reincarnation was also her own voluntary choice. Someone with such an initiative-taking wouldn't want to live a mediocre life as a wealthy housewife for the rest of her life. So, are you willing? Natsuo asked. If you're not willing, I can go talk to Orochimaru. If Guran wasn't willing, he really wouldn't accept her. Well, let's talk about when Orochimaru will die when the time comes. But perhaps Orochimaru had informed her of something in advance, and Guran softly said, I'm willing, you can spare me these words. But I have a request. Whether you agree or not, I will obediently listen to you and become your wife. But, if possible, could you please ask Orochimaru-sama for a boy? There was a hint of anticipation on Guran's face. I hope you can arrange an ordinary job for him, so he can live a life away from the murders. The boy Guran wanted to ask for was Orochimaru. Orochimaru's mother had once treated Guran's injuries, but under Orochimaru's orders, Guran still lled Orochimaru's mother. However, Orochimaru himself was taken in by Orochimaru because of his special ability to influence the chakra of the tailed beasts, and he was protected by Guran. Because of this debt of saving her life, Guran could never let go of Orochimaru. She knew it would affect Orochimaru's plans, but she still made the request to Natsuo. I understand, I will contact Orochimaru. Natsuo nodded. He was just a child, about the same age as Naruto and Sasuke. With the financial power of the Uchiha clan, they could easily ensure that he lived a stable life. Orochimaru wouldn't really treat Orochimaru as a trump card against the tailed beasts. At most, they would trade with money. Orochimaru probably wouldn't refuse. Then I have no problem. Guran let out a sigh of relief, obviously having heard the rumors about Uchiha Natsuo being responsible towards girls. She slowly closed her eyes, relaxed her body, loosened her clothes, and let him have his way. Guran's talent was quite good, second only to Ringo Aomei in strength, and her bloodline was second only to Yoko and Karin. Crystal release was also the strongest among several famous ninjutsu. This is normal. After all, if she didn't have any value, how could Orochimaru treat her as a bargaining chip for his life? Natsuo even felt that the reason why Orochimaru dared to deal with dans without any scruples was because he had already prepared for the consequences in case of exposure. He knew that as long as the ransom was paid, Natsuo wouldn't care about such trivial matters. Since everyone agreed, it was time for Natsuo to take action himself. No wonder so many spies can't escape the tenderness of this man. He really understands women. Guran chuckled bitterly. How long had it been since she agreed to come to the Uchiha clan? Her heart had changed so much. Just a short while ago, she was Orochimaru's loyal subordinate, willing to die for him. Chapter 99, Whose child is this? The Chunin exam is about to take place, and ninja from various villages are flocking to Konoha to participate. The Tsunagakure shinobi are already in position, and it is the team of the Kazekage's son, whom Natsuo is familiar with. Natsuo has never seen Kirigakure shinobi before, and their strength is quite average. They are probably just a few genin that Harem may randomly pick to deal with the situation. After all, the land of water itself is relatively closed off. Even if she wants to expand Kirigakure's external communication, it won't be resolved in a short period of time. She needs to first resolve the complex internal issues of Kirigakure. The main goal of these genin in coming here is to cooperate with Konoha and expand Konoha's influence, using Kirigakure's reputation to support Konoha and function as a springboard for Konoha. Their goal is not to intimidate other shinobi with the strength of Kirigakure in the Chunin exam. That's right, Harem has made a good deal again. The third Hokage is very happy with Kirigakure's understanding. He has relaxed many conditions and has given a good boost to Kirigakure, which has just emerged from internal strife. Of course, the third Hokage is not at a loss. What Konoha needs is not a small amount of money but influence and time. Both sides are satisfied with this transaction. It can be predicted that Konoha, under the leadership of the third Hokage, will definitely shine in the Chunin exam. But with benefits come drawbacks. The influx of shinobi from other villages into Konoha represents an increase in the difficulty of security. There will inevitably be shinobi with ill intentions who will take advantage of the situation and try to cause trouble. Even if the third Hokage takes the risk of a possible outbreak of a major war and has deployed elite patrols, there are still many who escape surveillance. For example, Natsuo glanced at an old man who was treating a child who had fallen on the road. All right, your injury is healed. Be more careful when walking next time, don't hurt yourself again. The old man had a kind and gentle expression, and his smile was very warm. His eyes were full of encouragement. Shin, a medical nin from the land of the sky. He is a doctor whose reputation has spread throughout the shinobi world and is highly SK*LLED in medical treatment. Perhaps he is not as good as Tsunade, but compared to Tsunade, who no longer actively treats others, his value has increased significantly. However, Natsuo knows that this kind and gentle old man was the leader of the land of the sky, which was destroyed by Konoha during the Second Great Shinobi War. Natsuo rubbed his chin. This was an unexpected gain. He simply concealed his presence and followed along. Along the way, many people greeted Shin, perhaps they were people he had helped. Shin always responded with a smile on his face. Shin himself did not live in a hotel, but in a relatively remote residential area. Compared to hotels with large crowds and easy attention from Konoha, staying in an ordinary residential area seemed to be a better way to hide oneself. Shin greeted the owner of the house where he was staying and entered the room, closing the door. Humph! Dirty Konoha! The old man, who had originally had a kind and gentle expression, instantly changed his face. He hurried to the sink, vigorously rubbing his palms. as if his hands had just touched something disgusting. In fact, it was just a child who had fallen down. Damn Konoha, if it weren't for infiltration, how could I possibly help your villagers? Shin's face was filled with anger as he fiercely rubbed his palms, rubbing them until they peeled before finally stopping. But soon, my secret technique will be complete. Just one last step, and soon I will be able to reactivate the Land of the Sky's flying headquarters, Ankorvantian. The first to be destroyed will be you, Konoha. Oh? What else do you need to do? There's still the Zero Tails. Who are you? Shin half-heartedly responded and suddenly his face changed drastically. He turned his head and met Natsuo's smiling face. In Natsuo's eyes, Sharingan energy erupted. Shin had just made out the strange pattern when the world spun in the next second, and he lost consciousness. An easy catch. Natsuo clapped his hands. Shin is the main antagonist in Naruto Shippuden the movie, Bonds. He developed the body revival technique, which can repair the user's body and increase its strength by manipulating the destruction and rebirth cycle of the muscles. He is an expert in human body research. It also has the technology of Land of the Sky. Natsuo, without any hesitation, directly used Sharingan on Shin, extracting various medical knowledge from his mind. Then he stopped the genjutsu. Next second, Shin woke up. You brat! You actually found me, I won't spare you. Although Shin had lost consciousness, he understood very well that he could no longer hide himself. Although my body revival technique is not yet complete, it's still a piece of cake to deal with an enemy. Next second, he opened the 8 inner gates. Moreover, he went directly from one gate to the 7th gate, very smoothly. Surging chakra poured out from his body, and his old body began to emit a youthful aura. Then, Natsuo slapped him to the ground, completely losing consciousness and ceasing to breathe. This is truly the most miserable time the 8 inner gates have been defeated. Natsuo shook his head helplessly. In the Naruto series, this guy Shin opened the 8 gates, but he was easily killed by Naruto, who had just completed training with Jiraiya, and Sasuke, who hadn't killed Orochimaru yet. He is a complete joke. Where in the world would there be such embarrassing 8 inner gates? Natsuo grabbed Shin's body and instantly disappeared from the house. He still had to find the Sky Ninjas. Although defeating the Sky Ninjas is quite simple. After Natsuo found the hidden stronghold of Sky Ninjas through Shin's memories, he effortlessly wiped them out. Compared to the incompetent Shin, the Sky Ninjas are even more incompetent. In the Naruto series, they deployed countless aircraft carriers, only to be wiped out by Abermashino's bugs. Abermashino was just a Chunin-level ninja at the time. Even if we consider his strength as J-nin, or even elite J-nin, the performance of the Sky Ninjas is still incredibly incompetent. Of course, this is not to say that Land of the Sky technology has no advantages. Whether it's aircraft carriers, fighter jets or machine guns, they all have impressive technological content. It's just that these guys performed poorly. Natsuo raised the Sky Ninjas' hideout and sent their technology to the Land of Snow. With years of investment and construction, the technological capabilities of the Land of Snow have become increasingly powerful. Under Natsuo's occasional suggestions during his free time when visiting Kazahana Koihoki, they have already conducted preliminary research on gunpowder weapons and invented various types of cannons, landmines, grenades, and other weapons. Land of the Sky's technology is more of a combination of technology and chakra, which is a strong complement to the technology of the Land of Snow. By the way, after so many years, Tnokatasuke's abilities have improved significantly. He successfully achieved the dream of the successive rulers of the Land of Snow, an environmental modifier. However, considering the possible impact of the drastic changes in the Snow Country's environment on the balance of the shinobi world, as well as the greed of other ninja villages, especially Tsunagakuer, who are in desperate need of an environmental modifier. Kazahana Koihoki announced that the environmental modifier is not yet complete and can only be used for short periods of time and at specific times as an emergency measure. Therefore, Tnokatasuke was unable to gain honor. Fortunately, Natsuo immediately gave him a large material reward and an emotional reward, taking him to meet several Land of Snow girls. Now, Tnokatasuke is completely tied to the Land of Snow. He has married several beautiful noble women and has become Minister of the Land of Snow, in charge of a large amount of human and material resources. He can be considered successful and famous. He feels quite satisfied with his life. Natsuo even declared Tnokatasuke dead in Konoha's records, using the excuse of sacrificing himself during a mission. It can be said that he is now a complete citizen of the Land of Snow. Now Natsuo has also packed up a bunch of technology from the Land of the Sky. Perhaps no Kotasuk will surprise Natsuo in a few years and present him with even more amazing technologies. The matter of Shin is just a small episode. On the other hand, after Konoha discovered Shin's disappearance, they thought that other shinobi villages had acted and deliberately increased their actions, strictly monitoring foreign personnel and strengthening their guard. They also investigated the reason for Shin's disappearance as much as possible. Shin is a well-known medical nin. His disappearance in Konoha village would obviously become a stain on Konoha's reputation. It is said that when the third Hokage and the two chief advisors learned about Shin's medical ninjutsu and the partially developed secret techniques, they thought that Dan's old problem had recurred and that he had targeted Shin. Even if Dan swore that he didn't do it, the third Hokage and the others didn't believe him. Third Hokage, Dan says he didn't do it, do you believe him? Yuditen Koharu, whether you believe it or not, I don't believe it. Danzo. Meanwhile, Natsuo didn't care about the disputes among the high-level officials of Konoha. He was immersed in the revival of the Uchiha clan on a daily basis. It must be said that Guran gave Natsuo a good experience. Her appearance, which was both aloof and indifferent, made people unable to resist wanting to see the passion behind her coldness. After repeated efforts, Guran became pregnant in less than half a month. This time was almost the same as an epiphany. After all, it takes some time to detect the pregnancy after conceiving. Not only her, but Ringo Aimeirai also became pregnant. At the same time, there was an unexpected joy that puzzled Natsuo. Offspring +1, the comprehensive potential evaluation is 257, you gain chakra +23, Bakud number 58, Kakushitsujaku. Natsuo was shocked. When did the Uchiha clan have another child? Who is the mother of this child? Chapter 100, The Strongest Baby. Natsuo was a bit confused. If he remembered correctly, none of his wives were due to give birth today, right? A top-level expert shouldn't doubt his own memory. But Natsuo still rushed back home and, after careful confirmation, discovered that indeed no one had given birth today. So, who gave birth to my child, and what is this attribute? Offspring +1, the comprehensive potential evaluation is 257, you gain chakra +23, Bakud number 58, Kakushitsujaku. Evaluation of 257. Before the birth of this child, Natsuo's most potential child was the one he had with Ringo Aimeirai, with a potential of 176. When he had children with Uzumaki Yoko and Ringo Aimeirai he had not yet received the reward of the sage body and was not as strong as he is now. But he didn't believe that he could have a son with such strong talent. Regardless of the Uzumaki bloodline or the talent of a cage-level kunoichi, the gap between the evaluations of 170 and 176 with 250 is too big. Perhaps only a woman with both strong strength and bloodline can give birth to this child. Let me calculate the time. Hey, could it be? Natsuo raised an eyebrow. It was just once, how could it be so accurate? At the same time, within the borders of the Land of Water. She's born. Lady Tsunade, it's a very cute little girl. Shizuan smiled happily. In her arms, she held a tiny baby. It was a small girl, similar to other newborns, small and wrinkled. Her cry was very loud, showing the extraordinary physique of a baby. She's born. Tsunade's face was somewhat pale, and her expression was complicated. She forced a smile. It was just one time. Why did he have to get pregnant with just one try? Yes, like an excellent medical ninja, when the signs of pregnancy became evident, she immediately checked it. She, unexpectedly, was pregnant with Natsuo's child? When thinking about the situation of how she became pregnant, Tsunade's first reaction was to abort the baby. However, she still hesitated for a long time until Shizuan dissuaded her. Lady Tsunade, although I don't know how you got pregnant, do you really want to do this? Shizuan pleaded earnestly. Even if you don't consider it a life, shouldn't you think about the Senju clan? Tsunade was speechless. The Senju clan had already declined, and besides herself, there was no one left with the Senju bloodline. Yes, they had also lost a large number of clan members, but they were not completely wiped out like the Uchiha clan. Rather, it was due to the first Hokage who implemented the policy of integrating the Senju clan into the newly founded village of Konoha and abandoned the use of the Senju surname. As a member of the Senju clan, Tsunade had the responsibility to pass on the Senju bloodline. In the end, Tsunade was persuaded by Shizuan and decided to go through with the pregnancy. Pregnant women are not suitable for turmoil, so the two of them settled in the land of water. Although it was chaotic, it couldn't possibly affect the life of a cage-level powerhouse and an elite shinobi. With Terumae's various means, plus the additional income due to the deal with Konoha, the land of water gradually stabilized. The two did not suffer any accidents and Tsunade successfully gave birth to her daughter. "Bring my child over, let me see." Tsunade's voice was weak, as she had just given birth. But she still propped herself up, stretched her neck, and looked over. Shizuan hurriedly handed the child over. Tsunade silently watched the newborn baby, listening to its loud cries. The corners of her mouth slowly curved upwards. "It's really strange." Clearly, during her pregnancy, she had been disgusted in every way, wishing to beat Natsuo to a pulp. If it weren't for Shizuan's persuasion, she probably would have ended up terminating the pregnancy. But now, seeing the tiny baby, a strange wave of tenderness surged in her heart, her eyes filled with affection. Tsunade's trembling hand reached out, wanting to touch the baby's skin, but also worried about hurting the fragile child. Even though she was a medical nin, she should understand that this kind of situation is impossible. Suddenly, "Ah! Lady Tsunade!" Shizuan suddenly screamed. "What's wrong, Shizuan?" Tsunade said unhappily. "Lower your voice, don't scare the child." "It's not that, Lady Tsunade, there's blood here." Shizuan widened her eyes. After all, it was a delivery room, and although the delivery went smoothly, there was still blood on the baby's crib clothes. However, Tsunade, who should have entered a state of hemophobia upon seeing blood, seemed to be completely oblivious, as if she hadn't seen anything at all. "Is my hemophobia cured? The child's potential is too high, definitely not something an ordinary person can give birth to. So, after eliminating a series of impossibilities, what remains, however strange, can only be the truth." Natsuo could only smile helplessly and marvel at his strength, unexpectedly hitting the target with just one attempt. Then Natsuo decided to find Tsunade. He began to perform hand seals while saying the words of Bakut 58. Kakushitsujaku. A wave of chakra spread out from Natsuo, creating an invisible web that stretched far and wide. Natsuo focused on the mental image of Tsunade. However, something unexpected complicated the task: chakra interference. As the web expanded, the surrounding chakra intertwined with it, creating a chaotic mix of energies. Natsuo could feel the interference, as if a dense fog was hindering the clarity of the search. Tsunade's chakra, although present, was becoming more difficult to discern among the amalgamation of chakras. Natsuo frowned, concentrating even more on the technique. After a few moments, Natsuo noticed a faint flash in the direction of the land of water. Although the interference persisted, he had managed to identify a faint but distinctive trace of Tsunade's chakra. Then, once again, a large number of search tasks were issued to find Tsunade's whereabouts. The rewards when the potential exceeds 200 are quite incredible. Natsuo stared at the effects of using the new technique and sighed in his heart. Originally, the system's rewards were related to the child's own talents. For example, the birth of a child with an affinity to the fire chakra would be rewarded with a fire release jutsu. And when the potential evaluation exceeds 100, the system directly presents talents that are impossible to manifest in this child. For example, wood release, boil release. And now that the potential has exceeded 200, the progress of the system is even more apparent. It directly presents things that do not exist in this world. Bakut number 58, Kakushitsujaku. This is a kid from the Bleach series universe, which senses the opponent's ryutsu, tracks and captures their location, roughly equivalent to detection ninjutsu in the shinobi world, only a stronger version. Although it is not the top-level kid, Natsuo is still very satisfied. Until now, he didn't have any reliable detection ninjutsu. This kid from the Bleach series universe directly makes up for its flaws. Without possessing the Ryoryoku, and still being able to use the kid, by replacing it with the chakra. What is the principle behind this? Natsuo was somewhat puzzled. But he doesn't mind worrying about these things, as long as he can use them. Additionally, because it is a technique from a different energy system, it presents some interference with the chakra. But it is still very useful, as long as he continues to get closer to the target. Even beings with special abilities like White Zetsu cannot escape the tracking of Bakut number 58, Kakushitsujaku. The difference in power systems makes it difficult for shinobis to understand the principle of Bacud number 58 tracking themselves, so it is difficult to avoid its detection. For Natsuo, this is good news. At the same time, Kirigakure. Now I can't communicate with White Zetsu. He must have been captured or K***LLED by someone. Black Zetsu sighed lightly. I didn't expect Uchiha Natsuo to actually be so strong. He fooled everyone including me. Although there is currently no evidence to show that White Zetsu fell into Natsuo's hands. But when did true masters care about evidence? White Zetsu's infiltration ability is almost perfect. It is difficult for cage-level individuals to identify White Zetsu's true form, as long as he is careful around those few individuals. Therefore, gathering information has always been very easy for him. For a long time, the shinobi world has not discovered the existence of White Zetsu. However, White Zetsu inexplicably disappeared in the Konoha village, or rather, in the residence of the Uchiha clan. His sudden disappearance says a lot about Natsuo. If combined with the information that was obtained about a supposed Sharingan user at Ringo Amayuri's side when they encountered Tsunade, this shows that there is a problem with Natsuo. It should be him. I didn't expect him to be this strong. It's really surprising. Obito also sighed lightly. Who would have thought that Natsuo, who has been obsessed with having children, is actually a top-level powerhouse? Where did he find so much time to train? Perhaps when he learned about the Uchiha clan's annihilation, he became emotionally agitated and awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. Black Zetsu also speculated. After all, the awakening of the Mangekyou Sharingan primarily depends on one's state of mind, not just their strength. There are many elite Chunin who cannot awaken it, but Chunin Obito easily awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. 13-year-old Itaki also achieved it, and Shisui's speed of awakening is not much slower than Itaka's. Perhaps, but I don't know if he will have any impact on our plan. Obito pondered. The power of the Mangekyou Sharingan is very unique. For example, he is wary of Itaka's Mangekyou Sharingan because of Tsukuyomi's mental attacks and Amaterasu's inextinguishable black flames, both of which are difficult to evade. Unless he constantly hides in the Kamui dimension, he is at risk of being ambushed by Itaki. We should find someone to evaluate him. Obito said. I remember Dance has always been targeting the Uchiha clan. Maybe we should consider revealing this information to Dance. I understand, I will complete it as soon as possible. Black Zetsu nodded. The relationship between Dance and Akatsuki was not friendly, and Natsuo's behavior as a playboy was not fake, which made many people think that Natsuo didn't have much strength. Since there is no strong evidence directly pointing to Natsuo, it will require some clever maneuvering to make Dance suspicious. However, with Black Zetsu's abilities, solving these problems will only take some time. He also feared the possibility of Natsuo possessing the Mangekyou Sharingan and affecting his plan. Do not worry too much. Obito noticed Black Zetsu's thoughts and said softly. We still have Nagato as a trump card. If necessary, we can let Nagato attack Konoha in advance. Why does the Rinnegan always stay with Nagato, but Obito has not taken it back? On the one hand, it was the original plan arranged by Uchiha Madara for Nagato to use the Rinnegan to resurrect himself. Obito didn't want to have a falling out with Black Zetsu, who is the incarnation of Uchiha Madara's will, rashly. But more importantly, it was to let Nagato replace him and gather information about the ninja world, completing the most time-consuming and laborious work. In other words, Nagato is Obito and Uchiha Madara's pawn. Obito's Sharingan is powerful, and Kamui is an extremely powerful life-saving SK*LL, almost invincible, but ultimately not invincible. When Obito was defeated by the fourth Hokage, he understood this truth. Black Zetsu nodded, feeling relieved. That's right, he still has many tricks up his sleeve. It will definitely be fine. Chapter 101, Natsuo, I smell a snake scent. Uchiha clan training ground. Two children approached with excitement on their faces. Big brother, is this where you usually train? Yes, Konohamaru, my strength has been accumulated here over time. Oh. To have such strength at the ninja school, you must have put in a lot of effort here. Of course. Now that I've brought you here, I will naturally teach you something. Oh. Thank you, big brother Naruto. That's right, it's Naruto and Konohamaru. Originally, these two should have met after Naruto graduated, but as Naruto's strength grew, he learned the transformation technique in advance and naturally developed the Y technique. With the Y technique, he defeated the third Hokage and successfully won Konohamaru's heart. Today, I will pass on my secret Y technique to you, hoping that you will carry forward our seduction school and make it flourish. Naruto said with great emphasis. Yes, big brother. Konohamaru was filled with excitement. Idiots! Can you two find another place if you don't want to train? If you want to play, go somewhere else. Sasuke said displeased. This training ground is located in the territory of the Uchiha clan and was originally used by Natsuo to train Sasuke. However, after Neji arrived, he also started training here. After Naruto came a few times, he voluntarily moved his daily training location here. Sakura and others followed Sasuke, occasionally coming here to have a meal. Yes, they didn't train here, they just came to see handsome guys. Sasuke harbored dissatisfaction towards the aforementioned individuals, believing that they were affecting his own training. In response, Naruto merely glanced at Sasuke with disdain in his eyes, using his gaze to communicate. Do you think I'll tell brother Natsuo that you took me to the club? You. Sasuke instantly lost his composure, tightly gripping his shinobi sword, almost wanting to strike out with it. Although he had mentally prepared himself for the shame of advancing his Sharingan, Sasuke really didn't want Natsuo to know about him secretly going to the club. Or rather, he didn't want anyone to know about it. Why can Naruto know? Well, maybe Sasuke doesn't consider Naruto as a person? Humph. You're still teaching students? Sasuke coldly snorted. Beware of misleading the younger generation. Neji, who was beside them, also smiled and said, That's right, Naruto. Teaching others and making oneself stronger are not the same thing. Hey, don't underestimate me. Naruto said in a carefree manner. I have defeated the third Hokage and am destined to become the fifth Hokage in the future. By then, both of you will be under my command. Be careful that Hokage-sama doesn't give you a hard time. Hokage, hey. Sasuke sneered. Although some time had passed, he still felt a bit frustrated whenever he thought about the mission the third Hokage had given to the Uchiha clan. Shaking his head, he approached Neji. Neji, let's practice together. You're about to participate in the Chunin exams, right? I can definitely help you. Sure. Neji smiled slightly, showing his elegance. Although Sasuke hasn't graduated, his strength has already surpassed that of a genin. Practicing with him is like a rehearsal for the Chunin exams. The two quickly engaged in combat. Meanwhile, Konohamaru and Naruto began practicing the Y technique. As a man who has already been led astray by Sasuke, Naruto's knowledge level has greatly improved. The allure of the Y technique has also been enhanced. Konohamaru may be the one who understands this best, as he witnessed Naruto use the Y technique to teach his master Ebisu a lesson. According to Naruto, he didn't even use his full strength to defeat Ebisu. He still has a secret move called Harem technique. Once this move is used, gods and demons retreat. Konohamaru is looking forward to it, and then he starts sparring with Naruto. Transformation. Your chest isn't big enough. Transformation. Do you understand the posture? Posture is important. Transformation. Being completely naked is indeed good, but half covered is what truly makes a man's heart flutter. Konohamaru, you still need to continue your training. Yes, that's how it is. Although Naruto has not yet graduated from ninja school, but due to the butterfly effect caused by Natsuo, he has learned a series of powerful ninjutsu such as the shadow clone technique and the multiple shadow clone technique thanks to Natsuo's occasional guidance. However, Konohamaru, who is a year younger, is physically underdeveloped and limited in chakra, so he quickly becomes exhausted. Huff. Naruto Naizen, let me rest for a while. You're really useless. You can't handle a little training. How are you going to inherit the legacy of my Y techniques in the future? Naruto looks dissatisfied, but still said, Fine, go rest. I'll continue training. He can't spend all day with the kid. Sasuke has already completed a training regimen on the side. How can he be decadent? So, he finds a place and is about to start physical training. On the other hand, Konohamaru catches his breath and recovers his strength after resting for a while. He glances at Naruto, then at Sasuke and Neji who are already resting beside him, especially at the uneven ground created by the battles between Sasuke and Neji. The Uchiha clan has an absurd number of ninjutsu, and Sasuke and Neji have been taught many of them. When the two of them fight, it's definitely earth-shattering. But there are fire effects, wind techniques, genjutsu. They have it all. Highlight one word, handsome. Konohamaru is just a kid after all. Although he deeply desires to defeat the third Hokage, when he sees Sasuke and the others looking so cool, he can't help but feel a little envious. Naruto Aizen, how about you teach me some normal fighting? Sure, I'll fight you using your speed and strength. Naruto casually agrees. He's always been a warm-hearted guy. However, this time Konohamaru gets taught a harsh lesson. Konohamaru, you can't throw a straight punch like that. A straight punch should be straight, not thrown with your eyes closed. Your movements are too obvious. Do you think I'm blind and can't see your little tricks? You are revealing too many flaws. Do you think you can bluff in battle? Do you think the enemy will not attack such an obvious flaw? Konohamaru is just a kid, he doesn't have that much combat thinking. And Naruto used to be just like Konohamaru, or even worse. But he's been beaten up by Natsuo so many times. Although his straightforward nature hasn't changed, his movements have become more subtle, and he has learned the most basic combat techniques. Konohamaru is completely bewildered. He's also a ninja student this year, and although he's younger than Naruto, he's also a genius who is highly regarded. Didn't Ebisu-sensei say he's a genius? Why did he get beaten up so badly by Naruto Aizen? I'm still number 1 in my class. And Naruto Aizen didn't use more strength and speed than me, but he completely suppressed me. Is the gap really that big? Naruto Aizen, are you the strongest student in the school? Konohamaru couldn't help but ask. With equal speed and strength, but you completely dominate me in every aspect. You must be the strongest, right? Konohamaru's eyes are filled with admiration. Hee. Naruto laughs happily. He remembers when he used to ask Natsuo for advice, he seemed to have the same expression. Is it my turn to teach others now? This feeling is really great. With the admiring gaze of his little brother, Naruto suddenly becomes excited, feeling light and airy. He immediately waves his hand. Of course. Your big brother here has defeated everyone in the school, and recently even defeated the third Hokage. Doesn't that prove my strength? He laughs heartily, pounding his chest. Let me tell you, in the ninja school, if I, your older brother, ranks second, there is no one who dares to rank first. I'm ranked first. An untimely voice interrupts. Sasuke and Neji exchanged a glance, then each added a sentence. Last year, I was still in school, and I ranked first. This year, Neji graduated, and I ranked first. Both of them smiled slightly, indicating that they had reached a consensus. Upon hearing this, Konohamaru's small eyes were filled with great confusion. Naruto. To interrupt me at a time like this, don't you know I'm showing off? Sasuke, aren't you supposed to be aloof? Neji, aren't you supposed to be refined? But in the end, you're both just as arrogant, right? Feeling the doubtful gaze of his younger brother, Naruto suddenly became angry and shouted at Sasuke, "Arrogant Sasuke, if you have the guts, come down and fight me one-on-one." Sasuke didn't hold back either. Alright, it seems like I need to show you the power of the top student in our grade, so you won't keep bragging and affecting the reputation of our Konoha Shinobi school. And so, 3 minutes later, Naruto, who had not activated the Nine Tails Chakra, was hit by Sasuke, who had activated the Sharingan, and fell to the ground. Looking at Konohamaru's disdainful gaze, Naruto felt like crying without tears. Next time, I'll have to avoid these two when bragging. Konoha has prepared so much for the Chunin exams, and it's finally happening. Today is the second round of Neji's Chunin exam. Yesterday's first round of the exam was similar to next year's exam, testing the ability of shinobis to steal information. Although the method is different, it makes no difference to Neji. The second round of the exam today is also the same Death Forest. If the first round of the exam could still have some new elements, the second round of the exam is always the same, and all the Jonin are familiar with it. Although Neji has made progress and has preliminary Jonin level strength, he can easily crush all the candidates. But after all, it's an exam. Neji can't help but become anxious and serious. Don't forget that he's also on a mission to improve his own reputation, which is much more stressful than just having to pass the exam. Otherwise, he wouldn't have teased Naruto before. This doesn't fit his calm personality. But although Neji is nervous, Natsuo doesn't pay much attention to it. With Neji's strength, unless he encounters Gaara who is willing to use the tailed beast, no one is his opponent. In fact, even if he encounters Gaara who has unleashed Shikaku, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape if he can't defeat the opponent with his strength. So as the team leader Natsuo is not worried at all. He has no desire to send his own student to the Chunin exam. Instead, during his disciples' exam, he is thinking about how to spend a wonderful night with his wives. However, at this moment, Anko suddenly came to the door, with a serious expression. Natsuo, I smell a snake scent. I want to go to the exam site and take a look. Chapter 102, Chasing Snakes. Anko's relentless pursuit, and a surprise guest. The Forest of Death. It seems like there aren't any outstanding talents in this generation. Although I've heard that Sasuke is a very talented young man, if I were to lay a hand on him, Natsuo and attack it would k*ll me, right? Orochimaru wandered in the Forest of Death, his snake-like eyes seemingly seeing through the dense jungle, observing the shinobis fighting. He sighed lightly, his words filled with regret. In fact, the shinobis in this generation are not that bad. Let's not talk about Neji, who has grown stronger. Gaara doesn't count either, as he is a Jinchuriki. But the others are not bad either. For example, Kankar and Temari from Tsunagakure. Temari was the strongest wind-release shinobi before Naruto in the Fourth Great Ninja War. Although her strength did not reach Kage level, she was among the top elite Chunin. Kankar was the same. Although he couldn't compare to the genius of Sasori or the experience of Cho, as a puppeteer controlling the puppet scorpion, he had the confidence to fight against Kage-level opponents, even though his chances of winning were low. Kirigakure did not send very strong shinobi, but perhaps Harem may wanted to highlight the importance the new Mizu Kage placed on shinobi with Kekii Genkai, so she specifically sent a shinobi from the Hazuki clan and a shinobi from the Harem clan. Both of them had Kekii Genkai and average talent, but that was compared to top-tier geniuses. Kirigakure had to save face, and even if it was just for show, they couldn't let their own shinobis fail to enter the final exam. As for Konoha, there was no need to mention it. A team of Inoshika Ch, an Inyazuka, and a Haiga, all of them were the cream of the crop among Konoha shinobi. The third Hokage had the confidence to hold the Chunin exam with the intention of intimidating other countries. Other small villages also brought out their hidden talents. After all, they were weak in strength, so they needed to showcase themselves on such a stage. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have a chance to compete with the major shinobi villages in other aspects. But these talents were simply not worth Orochimaru's attention. It seems unnecessary to meet these so-called geniuses. Orochimaru sighed lightly, his snake-like eyes narrowing slightly. Then I'll just wait for the third round of the Chunin exam, right? Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow and looked to his side. And a few seconds later, several figures emerged from the jungle. You're really here, Orochimaru? Anko jumped out with a fierce expression, her eyes bloodshot. It seems my intuition was right, you really came. Anko, it's been a long time. How did you find me? Orochimaru was somewhat surprised. With your strength, you shouldn't have been able to detect my presence, right? Anko's face was filled with k***ling intent as she said, I just smelled your scent. Disgusting snake stench. I followed that scent and indeed found you. Orochimaru fell silent for a moment. This wasn't just a scent. As a Kage-level expert, how could he not know how to eliminate his own residual scent? Not to mention, Anko wasn't from the Inyazuka clan, so she didn't have that kind of nose. Is it intuition? Well, your intuition has always been particularly accurate. Orochimaru sighed softly. You've brought quite a few people with you, hey? You really want to k*ll me? But do you think you can really k*ll me with these few cats and dogs you brought? Look at them, they're already starting to get scared. As he spoke, Orochimaru's expression became dangerous, and he licked his lips with his long tongue. Of course, Anko wasn't alone. The reason she sought out Natsuo was because of the promise he made to her, to provide funds to hire shinobi to pursue Orochimaru together. A team of 4 people, with the weakest being a special Chunin and the strongest being an elite Chunin. Although they weren't particularly famous experts, even Anko, who had trained in the Uchiha clan for a long time, didn't have confidence in defeating Orochimaru. But at this moment, whether it was the special Chunin or the elite Chunin, they all looked at Orochimaru with solemn expressions, secretly feeling bitter. Damn it, I thought it was just a casual search, I didn't expect to actually find Orochimaru. Anko, with the money in hand, naturally immediately went to the third Hokage. Although the third Hokage didn't believe that Orochimaru would come, since the Uchiha clan was willing to pay, there was no need to argue over money. Out of respect for the 5 million Ry reward that Anko presented, 4 Chunin were assigned. In his opinion, it was just accompanying Anko in her mischief. After all, if they really discovered Orochimaru, Konoha would take action on its own. How could they need Anko to pay a reward? It's because Anko has no evidence at all, purely relying on intuition, that's why payment is required. The Chunin naturally have the same idea, accompanying Anko's antics for a few days in order to earn a rich reward for an S-rank mission. Why wouldn't they do it? But the result? They thought it was just a fishing trip, who would have thought they could catch a great white shark while fishing? But since they encountered it, they are experienced ninjas who have been through countless battles, so naturally they won't back down. The leader, an elite Chunin, took a step forward and shouted, "Orochimaru, what is your intention for secretly infiltrating Konoha?" Based on your answer, no. No matter what you answer, you will die here today. Fire release, great fireball technique. A surge of flames erupted. However, no one expected this B-rank ninjutsu to hit anyone. The elite Chunin just signaled, hoping to attract support from Konoha. But in the next second, "Be careful!" Anko urgently shouted. Boom! The ground beneath the elite Chunin's feet suddenly cracked. Orochimaru's head emerged from the ground, then he opened his mouth and out came a snake that had a sword coming out of its mouth. The sword directly pierced the elite Chunin. Orochimaru retracted the Kusanagi sword quickly, then the snake released the sword from its mouth, and slid back into Orochimaru's mouth. The Kusanagi sword fell into Orochimaru's hands. The first one. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. In just an instant, the elite Chunin died in Orochimaru's hands. Although he was also at an absolute disadvantage in terms of mentality and had placed his hopes on the reinforcements from Konoha, not fully focusing all his energy on the battle, but he was still an elite Chunin. Damn it! Anko cursed under her breath, swinging her sword and quickly forming hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Flower Nail Crimson. The flames attached to the flying sword, causing it to release scorching heat like scattered phoenix flowers, attacking the opponent. However, Orochimaru just smiled and clapped his hands. A huge snake suddenly appeared, its thick scales blocking the sword with the attached flames. The snake's head raised high and then slammed down. Boom! Anko and several Chunin immediately jumped back. But in the next second, Orochimaru's figure appeared in front of a Chunin, his hand rising and his blade falling, reaping their life. Anko gritted her teeth and quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The roaring fire dragon whizzed by, enveloping both the Chunin and Orochimaru. The accompanying shinobis hesitated to speak, ultimately saying nothing. The Chunin couldn't be saved anymore, all that remained was their lifeless body. So, there was no need to hold back. Even if there was no need to hold back, it might not be able to harm that man. Oh? Still using fire release? Now you don't need my secret technique anymore, do you? Do you prefer the ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan? A cold voice resounded. Orochimaru slowly walked out from the side, still holding a fainted Chunin in his hand, a smile on his lips. It seems like you really obtained a lot from the Uchiha clan, hey. But it seems like the time is still too short. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, looking incredibly sinister. And another person was easily K***led by Orochimaru. Abandon the mission, retreat, said the remaining Chunin without hesitation. Then he turned around and ran. The special Chunin hesitated for a moment and shouted at Anko, "Give up, he is not someone we can manage." Then he immediately turned around and left. Anko did not leave, she continued to stare directly at Orochimaru, her determined gaze unchanged. In fact, the strength of this team is not weak, and they have the ability to protect themselves from me. Orochimaru looked at the two fleeing individuals and casually said, "But it seems that, except for you, they are not mentally prepared to fight me." Anko remained silent. Yes, even though Orochimaru has cage-level combat power, it shouldn't be so easy for him to instantly K***ll the people she brought. Her team is not weak. The real problem is that this team was not prepared for battle from the beginning. They didn't believe Anko when she said, "I smell Orochimaru's scent." They just wanted to deceive her and get it over with. The third Hokage didn't believe Anko either, but the reward of 5 million Ry is not low. Just by wandering around Konoha, they could earn this reward. Of course, he wanted to keep it for their own ninja clan. Yes, all 4 of them are Sarutobi clan ninjas. But Anko didn't change at all, she just silently tightened the sword in her hand. Orochimaru, even if it's just me, I'd rather die fighting than run away from you. This is my responsibility as someone who used to be your disciple. Swish! A shuriken was thrown. Shuriken shadow clone technique. Shua! 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 Countless shuriken were thrown. Orochimaru frowned and stepped back. Don't think you can escape. Anko didn't hesitate and started bombarding wildly. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Fire release, Great Blaze Ball. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. In an instant, a large sea of fire appeared in the Death Forest. This girl! A hint of anger flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, but under such an attack, he continued to retreat. Not only because Anko was not sparing her chakra, but also because he dared not take action. With Orochimaru's strength, it would be easy to deal with Anko, even if she risked her life, it would only take a few moves. But the problem is, Anko is Natsuo's wife. Back then, Natsuo was able to chase after him for a spy he sent out. Who knows what Natsuo will do to him if he deals with Anko now? Take a deep breath and quickly calm down. Orochimaru turned and walked away. He can't afford to attack Anko, but he can still hide. But only a short period of time had passed and Anko found him again. Orochimaru, don't think you can escape. Fire release, blazing meteors. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out, wreaking havoc. Orochimaru's mouth twitched, but he had to run away again. However, Anko persisted and kept finding him. This girl had ample supplies, not just chakra replenishing pills, but also high-priced forbidden drugs to enhance chakra, the highest quality supplements. Money may not create a top-level combat power, but it greatly enhances an ordinary shinobi. Relying on the Uchiha's wealth, Anko didn't care about money at all. Even if a battle cost 1 million RY, it would be reimbursed by Natsuo. Her husband was rich, so she was willful. Meanwhile, Orochimaru could only retreat again. Unfortunately, no matter where Orochimaru ran, Anko could quickly find him, probably due to some kind of intuition, because Orochimaru had no idea how she tracked him down. As a result, all the participants in the Forest of Death that day witnessed occasional large explosions. The commotion was too great and attracted too many people's attention. Over there, there's a master. Gaara squinted, his blood boiling. It's Miss Anko. She's fighting Orochimaru. Neji activated the Byakugan and looked into the distance. Damn, who the hell are they? We're just genin participating in the Chunin exams, and there are guys, so powerful. Other participants were running around, fearing that they would be caught in that battle. Even the third Hokage was alarmed and sensed the problem with the Forest of Death before the retreating ninja reported it. Could it be that Orochimaru has really come? Was Anko right? The third Hokage gritted his teeth, changed into his battle gear, and ordered the mobilization of ninjas, preparing to charge into the Forest of Death. On the other side, Orochimaru was also annoyed by being chased by Anko. If things continued like this, the entire village of Konoha would be put on high alert. Jiraiya and Tsunade might also be summoned back. How could he complete his plan? Moreover, how could he, Orochimaru, be running around like a rat? Anko's expression became serious. She also didn't understand why Orochimaru was so focused on running away without fighting back. If it weren't for her intuition telling her that this person was Orochimaru, she would have thought it was someone pretending to be him. But even though she didn't understand, it didn't stop her from bombarding him relentlessly. Her supplies were still abundant. Orochimaru's face revealed a fierce light, finally erupting. Almost instantly he approached Anko. Anko's expression changed. She had been too relaxed and let her guard down after her previous attacks. Orochimaru's hands moved quickly, and several snakes came out from under his sleeves, lunging fiercely at Anko. Anko, you really are. However, the next second, a voice suddenly interrupted from the side. What is she really? Natsuo appeared next to them, a slight smile on his lips. Orochimaru's mouth twitched, slowly retracting the snakes, and then he forced a smile that was incredibly stiff. You are really too cute. Chapter 103, Anko's Impulsiveness. Orochimaru, oh, but what a pleasant surprise. Natsuo, dear, it's nice to see you. It's refreshing to see two brave young men together. Orochimaru's desire to survive is bursting, spouting all sorts of nonsense. Anko, confused by Orochimaru's sudden transformation, blinked several times before processing what was happening. She was completely dumbfounded, standing there in a daze, staring at Orochimaru's performance. Even Natsuo couldn't help but be a little surprised. He didn't expect Orochimaru's desire to survive to be so high, even he couldn't understand it. Orochimaru was also helpless. My desire to survive is high, but isn't it because of you? I don't have anything to trade with you now. If my desire to survive were any lower, would you k*ll me? Anko, what are you up to now, Orochimaru? Natsuo remained silent, watching Orochimaru's performance, while the atmosphere around them seemed more tense with every second. Orochimaru, nothing at all, dear Anko. I was just taking a walk and I just got excited seeing familiar faces. Orochimaru sighed deeply, what is this? All right, stop pretending. Natsuo said helplessly. I see your tolerance, I'm not angry. It's about time for you to go back. His expression calmed down as he looked into the distance. If you don't go back soon, the third Hokage will bring people over. Are you not afraid of being left behind in Konoha because you're not ready? Orochimaru's expression also quickly became indifferent, returning to his initial coldness. Yes, Orochimaru's exaggeration just now was all an act. For a true ninja, what is dignity? Isn't it something that can be thrown away? If acting in a play can avoid losses, he doesn't mind acting every day. But since his goal has been achieved, he retreats without hesitation. He actually wanted to leave a long time ago, but Anko has been relentlessly pursuing him, so he couldn't leave. The air still vibrated with the tension of the recent confrontation with Orochimaru. Anko, with her questioning gaze, turned to Natsuo, whose eyes conveyed a mix between determination and a hint of discomfort. Anko looking at Natsuo in surprise. Do you know Orochimaru? I do. Natsuo smiled and said, I had dealings with him before. Well, those wives with a snake aura that you mentioned, they were all kunoichi trained by Orochimaru. They accepted the mission, to have children for the Uchiha clan, in the name of Orochimaru. But even so, Orochimaru shouldn't be so afraid of you, right? Anko said in a daze. I've never seen Orochimaru like that before. Well, it's just that, let's say he had an eye-opening experience with me. Natsuo said. Anko asked with narrowed eyes. An eye-opening experience. Natsuo replied, yes, something like the Sharingan illusion to, well, defeat him. Anko blinks in disbelief. Did you just use something like that to defeat him? Anko opened her mouth but couldn't say anything for a while. In Anko's eyes, Orochimaru was definitely the strongest renegade ninja in the ninja world. And Natsuo? Well, even she knew he was hiding some of his strength. But in name, he was just a Chunin, and even called himself the shame of Chunin. He didn't focus on training every day, but rather which room he should go to sleep in today. How the hell does that look like a strong person? But thinking about Orochimaru's expression. Natsuo, are you really strong? Well, yes, but it's not important now. What matters is that, you should stop being so impulsive, you know. Anko crossing her arms said, impulsive? I'm not impulsive. Natsuo raised an eyebrow. Anko, please, after seeing the Chunin team you gathered run away, you still confronted Orochimaru without a second thought. That's almost the definition of impulsiveness. Anko snorted. Okay, maybe you have a point. Look, I understand you. But I won't always be able to appear as a hero to save you from your follies. Hey, it's not crazy. It's risky strategies. Sure, risky strategies that could end very badly. Wouldn't it be better? I don't know, to think a little more before jumping into action. Anko frowned. Tisk, are you afraid that I will get hurt? Yes, but I'm also worried that you can't cope with certain situations. Anko sighed. Okay, I'll think about it. Alright, stop thinking about it. Natsuo chuckled lightly, tapping Anko's forehead with his finger. You should think about how to deal with the people coming soon. As he spoke, his figure slowly dissipated, leaving behind a devastated land. Not long after, the examiner in charge of the exam was the first to arrive. Followed by several Anbu members. The third Hokage also arrived fully armed, quickly joining them. Anko, Orochimaru really came. The third Hokage's face was serious. Did you two cause all this commotion? Yes, because the snake really came. Anko glanced at the third Hokage and sighed. The commotion here was caused by our battle, but unfortunately, he managed to escape. He actually came. The third Hokage frowned. Compared to his old self, Orochimaru may not be young and strong, but he definitely maintained his combat power. He didn't have confidence in fighting against him. However, Anko, how are you okay? The third Hokage looked at Anko, furrowing his brows, and asked strangely. I remember I sent an elite squad to assist you, with the weakest being a special Chunin. As a result, the captain of the elite Chunin team died, but you're fine. Upon hearing this, Anko couldn't help but complain. Third Hokage, how can you say that? I even paid out of my own pocket to hire ninjas to deal with Orochimaru, and you gave me a team of good ninjas. The Chunin weren't prepared for battle at all. One was K*LLED with just one blow, and then another lost their courage and was quickly defeated. Finally, the remaining two fled together. When did our Konoha shinobi become so useless? They are not even as good as a Chunin. As soon as these words were spoken, the third Hokage's face turned red. Anko wasn't injured, mainly because of Natsuo. The main reason the other two died was because of their own shortcomings. They didn't have the right mindset for battle. Facing a cage-level expert, how could they not fight to the death and expect reinforcements from the village? If you don't die, who will? The ninjas present were all seasoned warriors, how could they not understand this principle? In addition, in Anko's words, there was a hint of the generous reward she offered, and a trace of understanding flashed in everyone's eyes. It must be the third Hokage who gave the generous reward for the mission to their own ninja. Unfortunately, they didn't expect that Orochimaru would actually be summoned by Anko, and they almost got wiped out. The third Hokage's face couldn't hold up, but fortunately, a few trusted individuals quickly spoke up. Why was Anko unharmed? Why did Orochimaru flee in panic? There is only one truth. Orochimaru feared the strongest Hokage, you, and sensed that you were coming, so he ran away. This conversation finally saved the face of the third Hokage. But whether other ninjas believe it or not, it's up to them. After Orochimaru and Anko caused such a commotion, 1/3 of the Forest of Death is now engulfed in flames. The examinees had to flee to avoid the fight between the two, which led to chaos and many people were injured. The second round of the exam cannot continue. As there are still many shinobis left, the third Hokage waved his hand and decided to hold one last preliminary match, with the winners participating in the final round. Of course, considering that some examinees were affected by the Orochimaru chase, the third Hokage decided to postpone the preliminary matches for a few days and let the Konoha hospital take care of the injured. But all of this has little to do with Anko. After complaining to the third Hokage, Anko hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not reveal any information about Natsuo. After all, Natsuo has always been secretive, there must be a reason, right? Of course, she is still angry. So, carrying this resentment, Anko returned to the Uchiha clan. Just as she was about to angrily question the relationship between Natsuo and Orochimaru, she saw Natsuo chatting with Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto had a wry smile on his face and said, Orochimaru-sama is willing to pay a greater price, hoping that you can restrain Anko and prevent her from acting like this again. Fight? He can't fight. Run? He can't escape. What do you want Orochimaru-sama to do? However, Natsuo said indifferently, I already talked about this with her and for now she won't attack him again. Anyway, Anko is not that strong, she can't harm Orochimaru, so let him try his best to run, right? Everything aside, I can cooperate with him in his next plan, but if he dares to touch a single hair of my wife, I will not only interrupt his next actions, but I will also K*LL him. Anko, upon hearing that she was considered very weak, experienced a mixture of anger and surprise, but also sensed Natsuo's genuine affection towards her. Chapter 104, Anko's Compensation. Yakushi Kabuto finally smiled bitterly and left. Natsuo's request was simple, he cannot attack or approach members of the Uchiha clan. This time there won't be another chance like when he tried to sell his information to Dans or sent spies to his house. Anko watched Yakushi Kabuto leave silently, then spoke quietly, Natsuo, I heard you talking when I arrived. Is this another of the spies of that reptile I hate so much? Anko frowned. That guy didn't smell like a snake to me at all. Natsuo said smiling, Oh, Anko, if you only knew. But about that, Kabuto isn't exactly a spy, or at least not an ordinary one. Anko asked intrigued. What do you mean by that? Natsuo continued to explain, Kabuto is, how to put it, an ally with quite particular abilities. He is very talented in scientific research. Orochimaru placed him in Konoha and then I called him to help me develop medicines. His contribution to the development of Revival No. 1 is quite great. Anko winking at Natsuo said, I see, so you forgive him for being a spy because it's useful. But why didn't you tell me about Kabuto before? Anko lazily lay in Natsuo's arms, grabbing his collar and lightly reproaching him for keeping her in the dark. Anko lightly hummed, is there anything else you're hiding from me? That expression was just like a girlfriend catching her boyfriend secretly drinking. No, there's really nothing else. Natsuo chuckled. But don't worry, I'll be more attentive to sharing information next time. Although Anko had been with the Uchiha clan for a long time and knew some of Natsuo's secrets, she had never asked Natsuo about her doubts. Shinobi are always used to having hidden cards, so it is normal that Natsuo doesn't tell her everything. Anko was satisfied with Natsuo's answer. After the whole incident with Orochimaru, Anko had calmed down and somewhat vented some of the resentment she had after being suppressed in the village for so long due to Orochimaru's rebellion. Anko said playfully, I don't know if I should forgive you so easily. But of course, she wouldn't let him off easily. Saying that, Anko grabbed Natsuo's collar and dragged him towards the bedroom. Natsuo. Anko closed the door with a soft click, plunging into the dimness of the room. Natsuo looked at her from the bed, his eyes meeting a silence full of promise. She approached slowly, the moonlight dancing on her raven hair with bluish hues. Anko stopped in front of him, her gaze expressing more than words could say. I need to be compensated. She admitted with a soft bite of her lip, the tension between them pulsing in the air. Natsuo stood up, his imposing presence approaching her calmly. His fingers brushed Anko's ponytail, carefully undoing the knot, letting her hair fall freely. I'm here. He whispered, his breath brushing against her cheek. What do you need? Anko tilted her head to the side, her hands finding the hem of the metal mesh blouse, sliding it gracefully over her shoulders. Compensation. She repeated, her eyes shining with suppressed desire. Natsuo captured her lips in a slow, deep kiss, her bodies moving closer with a complicity that spoke louder than words. The soft sound of her synchronized breathing filled the room, mixing with the soft touch of her exploring hands. Anko turned away from him, her breath ragged, meeting his gaze. Natsuo. He nodded understandingly, passion reflected in her light brown eyes. His fingers caressed the curve of her neck, leaving a trail of tickles on her skin. I know. He responded softly, his voice thick with complicity. I will compensate you. Anko laid back on the bed, her eyes searching the depth of Natsuo's. Without saying a word, her lips met in a soft kiss, full of longing and tenderness. Each caress was a whisper of contained desire, a silent language that only they understood. Time seemed to stop while their hands explored each other's skin, searching for that unique connection that united them beyond the physical. Each contact was a sigh of contained passion, an intimate melody that only they could hear. With a soft whisper, Anko turned, seeking Natsuo's closeness in a new way. She stretched gently, feeling the soft breeze caress her skin, a whisper in the night that intensified the passion they shared. A scream escaped Anko's lips, not of pain, but of ecstasy, an echo of the connection between them. The trust between them was palpable, as if their souls met at that precise moment. In a soft, emotion-filled whisper, Anko let out a suppressed moan, her voice revealing a mix of pleasure and longing as they both immersed themselves in the intensity of that unique and special moment. After a long time, Anko lies lying in Natsuo's arms, enveloped in a serene calm, as if the soft caresses of contentment have brought her to a state of absolute stillness. Her skin, now bathed in the soft light of the room, glows with a serene glow. Natsuo, I know that I don't have the strength to face Orochimaru now. Besides, you were right, I was reckless when I faced him before. All right. Natsuo reassured her. Orochimaru won't attack you or the rest of the family. Just don't be reckless again. Anko was very satisfied with this answer, then she thought for a moment and spoke. By the way, Natsuo, since that Yakushi Kabuto is also Orochimaru's subordinate, doesn't that mean Orochimaru knows about our Uchiha secret medicine? It's nothing. Natsuo smiled. Although Yakushi Kabuto will report to Orochimaru, the secret medicine we research is mainly prepared for you, it is an absolute requirement that it does not cause harm, but Orochimaru does not care if it is dangerous, he only pursues effectiveness. Our objectives in research are inherently different. The amount that Natsuo must spend to make the secret medicine is too high, to upgrade a person to the Chunin level, it requires an amount equivalent to Asuma's reward. Orochimaru can't bear to spend so much money. Perhaps it could be used for his more talented subordinates like Kimimaro, but for shinobi like this, the Chunin level improvement is meaningless. Oh. But since you're stronger than Orochimaru, could you teach me how to train? Anko's eyes lit up, I really want to defeat Orochimaru. Then you need to learn more ninjutsu and increase your supply of chakra. Natsuo smiled and said, I mainly rely on my bloodline, but I can teach you ninjutsu. You can't become a shinobi like me, but it's possible to be like the third Hokage, a shinobi who doesn't rely on bloodline but on ninjutsu to make an impact. Natsuo's main combat power comes from the Sharingan, which Anko finds difficult to replicate. For ninjas without a bloodline, the third Hokage, a shinobi who relies on ninjutsu, is the real target to catch up with. Don't underestimate the aging third Hokage. Even in his prime, he was the top combat power among the Kage level, the number one person below the gods of the shinobi world. In the Naruto series, even though he was old, in poor physical condition, and had scarce chakra, he was able to forcibly take Orochimaru's arms and seal the two Hokages who had been summoned with the impure world reincarnation technique. Despite the reasons for the poor condition of the first generation and second generation, his combat power is really not weak. Dans, Uchiha Kagami, Udaten Koharu, Mito Kado Homura, and Akimichi Torifu all submitted to him not just because of the second Hokage's orders. Dans, Uchiha Kagami, and Akimichi Torifu are Kage-level powerhouses. Udaten Koharu and Mito Kado Homura may be useless now, not even as good as a Jonin, but they were almost Kage-level experts back then. I understand, I will study hard. Anko said seriously. So, Anko became the third person to be guided by Natsuo after Sasuke and Neji. Anko is excited after her confrontation with Orochimaru and starts bragging during breaks in training. Guys, you don't know what happened. I faced Orochimaru and almost defeated him. Not even the mighty Chunin could withstand my fire release, he had to flee. With a single swing of my sword and my body flicker technique, I made him lose his way. That snake thought he could compare to me? Simply delusional. Sasuke and Naruto's eyes lit up, applauding continuously. Although they didn't know Orochimaru before, it doesn't matter, Anko can describe him to them. For students who haven't graduated from the Ninja Academy, Anko's real-life examples are much more interesting than listening to stories. Really? That's great, Anko-ne. Naruto couldn't contain his excitement, what happened next, what else happened next? Anko waved her hand. Oh yeah. The third Hokage was late to back me up, if he had been on time, we would have caught Orochimaru easily. And to top it all off, the third Hokage assigned me a team of incompetents. Anyway, it was all just boasting. No need to feel embarrassed. Neji was also listening from behind, smiling and applauding. Although with his Byakugan, he had long seen Anko chasing Orochimaru from a distance, until Orochimaru was about to make a move, then Natsuo appeared. If he didn't know that Anko was definitely fine, how could he continue to participate in the exam calmly? After a round of boasting, Anko was satisfied and had enough fun. She patted Neji's shoulder and said, Neji, this time it was sister who affected your exam, but with your strength, passing the exam shouldn't be difficult. Go on, beat up all the other trash for your sister. Yes, Anko-ne. Neji smiled gently. I will do my best. Anko left contentedly. Naruto also encouraged Neji a few times. And then there was Sasuke. He pondered for a moment and said, Neji, are you nervous about participating in the Chunin exam? It's all right. Neji smiled. Although I'm not weak, I'm still alone. I can't say for sure that I can win the championship in the Chunin exam. I still get nervous occasionally. For example, in the Forest of Death exam this time, there were also some strong teams among the Chunin. If the opponents set up an ambush or teamed up with others to target him, he couldn't guarantee 100% victory. The winning rate? It's about 95%. It still made people worry about unexpected situations. Sasuke, on the other hand, didn't think too much. He felt that although Neji had a strong psychological resistance, he would inevitably feel some nervousness. So, out of concern for his comrade, Sasuke pulled Neji along. Come on, Neji, I'll take you to relax. Chapter 105, Sage Mode Surprises and the Unlucky Rasa. Sasuke is completely sincere. Although his goal of going to the club was always to improve his Sharingan, in the end he is still a regular at the club, so from time to time he hears the customers who are about to enter talking to their colleagues. Let's go, I'll treat you to some relaxation, guaranteeing that you'll be full of energy tomorrow. Honestly speaking, Sasuke hasn't fully decided to let Neji help him evolve his Sharingan. So, his current request is the purest consideration for Neji. Neji participated in the Chunin exams. Neji is a bit nervous. Neji needs to relax. So, he invited Neji to relax. This is what true brothers should do. Sasuke said seriously. Compared to that idiot Naruto, someone like me, a real man, is worthy of friendship. I'm really great. So, Sasuke took Neji and ran to the club. At first, Neji didn't quite understand what was going on. After all, he didn't think that Sasuke's relaxation meant coming here. He thought Sasuke was planning to take him on an outing, fishing, to ease his mood. As a result, even Neji, who remains calm in any situation, was left speechless. Sasuke, you want to relax here with me? Neji opened his mouth, looking at Sasuke as if he were a monster. Who at this age would come to a place like this? Not to mention Sasuke, even Neji, who is 1 year older than Sasuke, shouldn't come to a place like this, right? Everyone says that this place has the best relaxation effect. Neji, don't worry, tonight's expenses will be covered by me. Sasuke said seriously. Let's go, don't loiter at the entrance. Saying that, he pulled Neji and walked away. Of course, they both transformed as they did before. After all, the club doesn't cater to people their age, and it's not easy for the girls to handle them. Neji was dragged in by Sasuke, feeling confused, and looked at Sasuke talking to the manager with the SK*LLED tone. You're a regular here. Neji exclaimed. How old are you? You're already a regular. Yet. Sasuke said calmly. Does Natsuo know that you come to a place like this? I was brought here by Natsuo the first time. It gave me a good experience. Well, I came here specifically to enhance my mental strength, please don't misunderstand. But Neji obviously misunderstood. He looked completely bewildered, with his mouth wide open and his eyes staring straight ahead. Did Natsuo-sama bring Sasuke here? But he's just a child. However, Neji had no doubts about whether Natsuo would do this. After all, his own master had a total of more than 50 beautiful wives. For someone like that, bringing his younger brother to a club is normal, isn't it? The two of them entered a private room, and the charming escorts all gathered around. Take good care of my brother and you'll be generously rewarded. Sasuke waved his hand grandly. Yes, sir. The charming escorts responded sweetly. And so, Neji, with a bewildered expression, found himself surrounded by women. As the young master of the Hyuga clan, although he belonged to the branch and not the main family, Neji, like Sasuke, was never short of attention. With his handsome face, exceptional strength, and the bloodline of the Hyuga clan. Especially in contrast to Sasuke's aloofness, Neji was gentle and refined, making it easy for female classmates to approach him. However, even though he was like this, he was still a pure novice and couldn't resist so many charming women. He was instantly overwhelmed. Sasuke, who was watching from the side, nodded silently. Neji had already started working, and it was clear that he would gradually become as SK*LLED as Naruto, making it impossible for him to provide enough embarrassment for himself. For the sake of my brother, I even gave up the opportunity to stimulate my own advancement in the Sharingan. I am indeed a selfless man. Neji will definitely be moved by our friendship. Because of Sasuke's friendly help, Neji, who had just tasted the forbidden fruit, seemed a bit uncertain for the next few days. Regardless of whether one is male or female, the first time is always the most memorable, and it may even affect one's future view on choosing a partner. Although Neji is calm, he is not calm to this extent, so it is natural for him to be mentally absent-minded. As a result, a few days later in the preliminary round, Neji almost got overturned by an examinee whose strength was far inferior to his own. Fortunately, there was a fundamental difference in strength between the two, and when Neji realized it, the opponent quickly lost. Of course, Natsuo didn't know about Neji and Sasuke's situation. Natsuo only thought that Neji attached too much importance to this Chunin exam, thinking that this was an important occasion for him to demonstrate his strength and gain prestige, which made him a little too nervous. He couldn't help but give a few reminders, causing Neji to look at him silently. Master, it's because of your younger brother that I was influenced. And the root of all this is in you. Of course, Natsuo couldn't guess his disciple's thoughts, and he didn't bother to guess. He was immersed in the joy of the newborn baby. Uzumaki Yoko has given birth. Offspring +1, the comprehensive potential evaluation is 191, you gain chakra +17, Sage Mode. 191's evaluation is already close to 200. Obtaining Sage Mode as a reward is understandable because the current evaluation is the highest at which you can obtain SK*LLS that belong to the Shinobi world. In the Naruto series, although the protagonist learned Sage Mode with a little effort, it is actually the only technique that can confront the power of the six paths. Its essence is very high and is not inferior to the secret techniques of the six paths. Natsuo tried it immediately and the unique characteristic marks appeared on his face. He also noticed that there was no problem like partially transforming into a snake or a toad. This technique was perfectly adapted for humans. Since this technique is not the inheritance of Mount Maiboku or Rika Cave, it can be called human sage mode. Natsuo's eyes lit up. Natural energy does not have attributes, it only petrifies people, and does not deliberately turn them into toads or snakes. Whether it is Mount Maiboku, Rika Cave, or even the Shikotsu forest that Natsuo has never seen before, the way they use natural energy has obviously evolved based on his identity as a toad or snake. Adapting to the body of a toad does not mean adapting to the body of a human. Although Natsuo has not yet fought against shinobis who have truly practiced the sage mode of these sacred places, he vaguely feels that his sage mode may be superior to these shinobis. Because what he is using is the human sage mode. Then several wives gave birth to children one after another. Offspring +1, the comprehensive potential evaluation is 133, you obtain chakra +11, wood release, wood dragon technique. Offspring +1, the comprehensive potential evaluation is 111, you gain chakra +13, scorch release, extremely steaming murder. The increase in the potential of Natsuo's newborn children is quite large, mainly because their life essence has undergone a qualitative leap due to the six-path sage body. Natsuo then continued to diligently strive to revive the Uchiha clan. On the other hand, according to calculations, the three snake princesses should have given birth. However, when Natsuo went to Rika Cave, he found that there was no movement. It's probably because their reproductive cycle is different from humans. Natsuo thought to himself. The original body is a snake, transformed into a sage, so there will naturally be some changes. The Chunin exams continue. Since the finalists have already been determined, invitations are naturally sent to various factions. From the invitation to the actual start of the fights, there is a whole month of free time. This gives the leaders of various factions enough time to reach Konoha. The daimyos and high-ranking nobles of the Land of Fire naturally eagerly come, and there are also many high-ranking nobles from the Land of Wind. People from all over, including wealthy merchants and officials, gather here. Not only ordinary people, but also shinobis will come in droves. The Kazekage is also preparing to attend, stating that he will bring some high-ranking officials and hopes to reach some agreements during the exam. Among the cages of the participating villages, only Harem does not plan to participate. Although there are two Kirigakure shinobi who have advanced this time, that is only one less than Tsunagakure who is fully committed to the exam. But the actual strength of these Kirigakure shinobi is quite average and their reaching the finals is probably the result of the third Hokage's intervention. In the current finals, the Kirigakure shinobi who go on stage will only become stepping stones for the Konoha shinobi. She doesn't want to see this kind of scene. This news has put many people at ease. Especially Rasa himself. It seems that we no longer need to worry about reinforcements from Kirigakure. With the power of Tsunagakure and Otagakure, there is hope for a successful surprise attack on Konoha. Rasa let out a sigh of relief, and the dark circles under his eyes, caused by years of pressure, seemed to ease slightly. I just don't know if my alliance with Orochimaru is right or wrong. Rasa leaned back in his seat, his face filled with loneliness. This is a high-stakes gamble. Given the current state of the shinobi world, after this gamble, a great shinobi war will immediately break out. But he has no choice. Compared to other countries, Tsunagakure has the poorest accumulation and the weakest strength. Even the daimyo does not support Tsunagakure much, and even openly entrusts missions to Konoha. As the Kazekage, he actually needs to mine and pan for gold day and night to support the village's military expenses. If he wins this gamble, it will be fine. The daimyo will witness Tsunagakure's strength, and a surprise attack on Konoha will also help Tsunagakure recover. If he loses the gamble. Rasa let out a long breath and began to pack his belongings, preparing to depart. As the Kazekage, he naturally had to bring more followers with him. Even the high-ranking members of Tsunagakure have brought many followers, in order to bring enough combat power and increase the chances of success for the plan to make Konoha collapse. Although meager, they are all working hard. Of course, to avoid Konoha's surveillance, the high-ranking members of the village have already departed, and now only the Kazekage himself remains. Rasa put on the Kazekage hat, brought some members of the Shadow Guard, and left Tsunagakure. With the speed of a cage level, they naturally advanced quickly. However, when they were about to reach the border of Konoha, it seems like I lost the bet. Rasa sighed inwardly, then his expression became serious, and the sand surged beneath his feet. Orochimaru, haven't we been cooperating well? Why did you attack me? Two figures slowly emerged, Orochimaru in front, and Kimimaro silently standing behind the giant snake. Orochimaru let out a hoarse laugh. Of course, Orochimaru didn't really intend to destroy Konoha. Couldn't you see that? Rasa was taken aback, and so was Orochimaru. Because Orochimaru didn't say that. The figure of Natsuo slowly appeared, a smile on his lips. Orochimaru only intended to give his teacher an honorable death. Why would you think he would want to destroy Konoha through your hands? Wouldn't it be better to directly provide you with the information about Konoha that he knows in order to achieve this goal? You couldn't see that? No wonder your manipulation of the tailed beast is so crude. Did you become a fool from mining? Rasa gritted his teeth, a hint of shock and anger flashed in his eyes. Another formidable opponent. However, what he didn't expect was that Orochimaru was even more shocked than him, exclaiming in surprise. Natsuo, what are you doing here? Chapter 106, Sand, Bones, and Bad Ideas, Tsunagakure's Recruitment Drive. He is an expert. Rasa's face was solemn, his gaze intense. Being so close without even noticing, what else could this person be if not an expert? Who is this guy? How come I have no information about him at all? However, I have a feeling that his face looks somewhat familiar. Natsuo, what are you doing here? Orochimaru exclaimed, his face showing surprise. I remember this time I didn't even inform Kabuto. Natsuo, how did you know I was here? Previously, Natsuo had been too accurate in capturing him. First, there was the deal with Dans, then the battle with Anko. He appeared by his side every time, making Orochimaru even suspect Kabuto, who was familiar with his actions. Although he didn't believe that this subordinate would betray him, just in case, he didn't inform Kabuto and only brought Kimimaro, who would never betray him. But in the end, Natsuo still caught him red-handed. How did he know that I was going to attack the fourth Kazekage? Natsuo said while laughing, long time no see, Orochimaru. Our paths are truly destined to meet. How did Natsuo know? Of course, it's the plot of the Naruto series. Natsuo deliberately came over and specifically seized this opportunity. Wait. Natsuo. Suddenly, Rasa reacted and looked at Natsuo's face in shock. Are you that Uchiha Natsuo? How could you be so strong? He looked shocked, his mouth slightly open, filled with disbelief. He was really familiar with this Natsuo. Due to the Uchiha's frequent actions showing off their wealth, it directly attracted poor Tsunagakure's attention to Natsuo himself. The fourth Kazekage, Rasa, even sent out kunoichi spies one after another, intending to combine internal and external forces to reap a large fortune from the Uchiha clan. But the kunoichi sent out were all wasted. Rasa also considered sending kunoichi over in a normal mission manner. After all, the initial standard set by Natsuo for the Chunin kunoichi was a minimum of 10 million RY, and it increased several times later on. But thinking about it, those kunoichi would not allow him to earn the difference in the price of the mission, they might even choose to accept the money directly and stay in the Uchiha clan. In the end, Rasa completely gave up. For Natsuo, who had once been the center of his attention, Rasa had also seen his photo. After shedding tears of envy, Rasa could only throw away the photo and continue searching for Tsunagakure's promotion. However, he was clearly just a guy who got carried away with the pleasure of women. Why was he so strong? Even the long-famous Orochimaru looked wary. Natsuo, what is your purpose for coming here? Orochimaru took a deep breath, his gaze serious. Don't tell me you want to help me. Of course not, I really believe in Orochimaru-sama's strength. Natsuo smiled lightly. I just want to keep him alive. As he spoke, he pointed at Rasa and said, anyway, he's not your main target. I will imprison him and release him after the collapse of Konoha. It won't affect your plans. Why? Orochimaru couldn't help but ask. I remember you don't seem to have any connection with Tsunagakure, right? Of course, I have no connection, but his daughter is very beautiful. Natsuo said confidently. I saw her when I was shopping some time ago, and I was immediately attracted to her. I feel like maybe I can develop a good relationship with her. Then, at least he will be my father-in-law. That being the case, do you think I can let him die easily? That's right, Natsuo is the one with this intention. Rasa's life does not matter, but Temari is a relevant character in the Naruto series. Compared to some of Natsuo's current wives, Temari is relatively normal. But that's because she's still young. Throughout the Naruto series, Temari proved to be a highly skilled and powerful kunoichi, she also demonstrated tactical and leadership skills. Additionally, being part of the Kazekage clan and Gaara's sister, she has a special bloodline. During the Boruto era, Temari proved to be a loving, attentive and very beautiful mother, with a somewhat distant feel, instantly becoming an excellent choice as a wife. With all this, shouldn't I try something with such a beautiful girl? That's why Natsuo came. Orochimaru. Kimimaro. How should I put it? Orochimaru didn't know what to say. Although he has long known that Natsuo has a personality no less scandalous than that of a certain toad sage. But even Jiraiya, that big-hearted and straightforward person, wouldn't argue with a cage-level expert of the same rank just because of a woman who has nothing to do with him, right? But Natsuo actually did it. I don't know if he's fearless or just overly lustful. Orochimaru hasn't spoken yet. On the other hand, Rasa instantly became furious. What are you joking about? He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger. What do you think I am? Natsuo, my father-in-law. I am the fourth Kazekage. Rasa angrily shouted, his anger boiling over. I am the esteemed Kazekage, and in your eyes, am I just a bargaining chip to be K***led or saved? I am a cage-level powerhouse. The next second, a surging wave of sand gold rushed out madly. Covering the sky and earth, it came crashing towards the three of them. Swish! 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 The three of them jumped at the same time, avoiding the onslaught of the sand gold waves. Orochimaru-sama. Kimimaro reached out his hand, his palm bones protruding, with a hint of sharpness. Natsuo-kun, what do you say now? Orochimaru calmly said. Natsuo chuckled, if it's my father-in-law, then of course I have to save him. If it's not, then it seems like it has nothing to do with me. I understand. Orochimaru nodded calmly. Kimimaro, take action. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. The curse marks emerged on Kimimaro's body. Facing a cage-level expert, he couldn't be careless, and he didn't dare to be careless. What do you understand? Rasa was furious. What do you think I am, the fourth Kazekage? I am a cage. A man standing at the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Holding the power of one of the 5 great shinobi nations, Tsunagakure. Why is it that when you speak, it feels like you're treating me like disposable trash? Swish! Kimimaro pressed his hand against the ground, and chakra surged wildly. Dance of the Seedling Fern. CRRRK. 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 Countless bone spurs rose from the ground, almost instantly covering the entire ground. The fourth Kazekage's shadow guard was almost instantly swallowed by the forest of bones. Only Rasa, relying on the sand shield, held off this attack. This kid, is he also a cage-level expert? Rasa was surprised. But so, what? There are differences between cage-level powerhouses. A mere brat, dare to compare himself to a seasoned cage-level. However, the next second, countless snakes surged towards him. Orochimaru was lying on the ground where a countless number of summoned snakes came out of his mouth. Formation of 10,000 snakes. Don't underestimate me! Rasa roared. He forcibly gathered chakra, and a large wave of sand surged, swallowing the sea of snakes. so, what if it's 2 against 1? I am an elite. The next second, Kimimaro transformed into his second state of the Cursed Seal, like an enraged dragon, he broke through the sea of sand and charged towards Rasa. Holding a sharp bone spear, he fiercely stabbed, unstoppable. Rasa was directly pierced through. Damn! What's going on with this kid? Rasa's mouth twitched. Is he really this strong? Kimimaro raised an eyebrow. But he saw Rasa, who had been pierced, turn into sand particles. Sand clone. Rasa emerged from the sea of sand. This is the biggest difference between us, the difference in experience. But before he could finish speaking, Orochimaru swung his sword of Kusanagi towards him. Then Kimimaro, without hesitation, held his bone spear and joined the battle. After 3 rounds, Rasa's face was filled with anger, not angry but imposing, because he shouted, "Son-in-law, save me!" The battle ended. Natsuo sat on the ground, smiling and said, "Orochimaru-sama, then it is resolved. My father-in-law the 4th Kazekage will be freed from my control after he finishes the plan to destroy Konoha. Don't worry, K***ing the 3rd Hokage is something we all agree on, I don't want any surprises either." Natsuo had a smile on his face. It seems that one of the kunoichi with the strongest wind release in the shinobi world is about to be captured. As one of the top 3 future Tsunagakure experts in the Naruto series, Temari's future combat power is no weaker than that of a high-level cage-level expert. During the 4th Great Shinobi War, his powerful wind release is second only to the protagonist Naruto. Natsuo decided not to waste her talent and let her help with the rebirth of the Uchiha clan. But compared to Temari's talent, Kimimaro's talent is truly strong. Natsuo glanced at Kimimaro. This boy is only 14 years old now, and in the Naruto series he should die next year when he would only be 15 years old. And at this age, he can already participate in battles between cage-level experts, assisting Orochimaru in K***ing the 4th Kazekage almost unharmed. He can even take a poison antidote to save himself, dragging his sick body, and almost K***ing the Jinchuriki Gaara. This talent is not much worse than Ataka's. Even the 2 main characters of the series are not stronger than him at his age. Rasa gasped for breath, a hint of coldness appearing in his eyes. He glanced fearfully at Orochimaru and Kimimaro. Orochimaru, needless to say, is an old cage-level expert, and his combat power is still within expectations. But that boy named Kimimaro, who is about the same age as his own daughter, why is his strength so terrifying? If the 2 of them join forces, they might really be able to K***ll him. They might not even get hurt. No. This young man's talent is not the most terrifying thing. What's truly terrifying is... Rasa couldn't help but look at Natsuo. This man is truly terrifying. When he shouted his last words just now, his life was hanging by a thread. However, at this critical moment, Natsuo was able to intervene instantly, lightly grabbing Orochimaru and Kimimaro's arms, while his pair of Sharingan eyes could suppress their ability to fight back. In other words, if he wanted to attack me, I'm afraid he could determine the outcome in an instant. According to the information, this guy is a big pervert. Apart from wanting to have children all day, he doesn't want to do anything else. Does he have so much time to take care of having children and training? If it weren't for Natsuo saving me just now, claiming that he is my future son-in-law, it would be obvious that he is a pervert who is very interested in women, and there would be no deviation from the information. Rasa might even suspect that Natsuo found a group of women who were already pregnant and falsely claimed their children as his own, pretending to work hard on procreation while secretly practicing. But the fact is right in front of me, even if Rasa doesn't want to believe it, he has to admit Natsuo's talent. So. You're called Natsuo, right, Uchiha Natsuo? He reached out without hesitation and said, would you like to come to our Tsunagakure? As long as you are willing to come, I'll immediately arrange for all the eligible kunoichi in the village to meet you. Whether it's my daughter or any other kunoichi, whoever you like, I'll arrange for you. Want women? We have plenty in Tsunagakure. Come to our Tsunagakure. There should be a place for you here. Rasa's face was serious as he extended an olive branch. Our Tsunagakure needs talents like you. Chapter 107, Konoha's collapse plan begins. Although Rasa's idea was sudden, it was sincere. However, already possessing such strength, Tsunagakure on the other hand is facing a serious shortage of high-level combat power. In all of Tsunagakure, apart from him and the retired Cho and Ebis, there are no other cage-level shinobi. It can be said that Tsunagakure is quite miserable. In the Naruto series, after Rasa's death, the position of Kazekage remained vacant until Gaara reformed and became the 5th Kazekage. So why did Gaara, who caused trouble from a young age and damaged Tsunagakure many times, causing the loss of many lives, become Kazekage before the protagonist Naruto, simply because he reformed? No, it was because Tsunagakure could not find a successor for the position of the 5th Kazekage. Kage itself is the title of the leader of the 5 major shinobi villages. Kage level represents the strength of the 5 leaders. Because the 5 major shinobi villages have a complete and large-scale talent training system, with geniuses constantly emerging, they can always ensure that at least their kage possesses sufficient strength. However, after Rasa's death, Tsunagakure completely lacked successors. It was not easy for Gaara, whom the entire town resents, to rise to the position. Therefore, Rasa is truly the only prominent shinobi in Tsunagakure during this time period, even though his strength is not considered strong among cage-level shinobi. In the ever-changing shinobi world, can he guarantee that he won't die? Orochimaru wanted to KLL him right now during this incident. That's why Rasa gave Natsuo that invitation right now. Compared to such top-level strong individuals like Natsuo, what can a few women mean? Natsuo, come to our Tsunagakure. Rasa extended an invitation again. You must feel uncomfortable living in Konoha, unnoticed. I promise you that you will enjoy all the glory in Tsunagakure, plus you will be able to choose any kunoichi in the village. After me, you will be the 5th Kazekage of Tsunagakure. Tsunagakure needs talents like you. It must be said that Rasa's offer is quite tempting. However, Natsuo smiled lightly and shook his head. Tsunagakure. How many kunoichi can you have in Tsunagakure? There are some Tsunagakure kunoichi in the Uchiha clan. So, I know a little about the situation in Tsunagakure. Even if you, as the Kazekage, forcefully command it, how many highly SK*LLED kunoichi can Tsunagakure produce? Kunoichi are already a minority, and highly SK*LLED kunoichi are even rarer. Furthermore, the environment in Tsunagakure is quite harsh, with the village's funds extremely scarce, and the number of shinobi is the lowest among the 5 great shinobi nations. And yet, the proportion of Tsunagakure spies in the Uchiha clan is the largest among all the great shinobi nations. What does this mean? With this situation, do you still need to give orders for the Tsunagakure kunoichi to go to the Uchiha clan? Of course, Tsunagakure definitely still has some kunoichi with great talent and strength who, due to their pride and other reasons, have not come to the Uchiha clan. But the problem is, these kunoichi definitely possess Jonin-level combat power and belong to the upper echelons. Would such people be willing to sacrifice themselves for the words of a Kazekage? Rasa also thought of this problem. His face turned red, but he still said, so what? If the quality is not enough, we'll make up for it with quantity. If Jonin is not possible, then Chunin. If Chunin is not possible, then Genin. There are plenty of ordinary women in the land of wind, even if you want a noble woman, I can knock her unconscious. What's the use of that? Natsuo sneered. Do you really think I don't know the principle of quantity makes up for lack of quality? My Uchiha clan is wealthy and powerful. Even if I have to use money, I can find thousands of women willing to bear my children. The problem is, I lack the ability to choose. Nowadays, the Uchiha clan has an abundant number of wives. Natsuo even hesitates and evaluates when it comes to selecting a Jonin-level kunoichi. Why would he choose an ordinary person? Alright, father-in-law, please stop talking. Natsuo sneered. Contributing one daughter is enough. It's a pity your wife is dead, otherwise. Rasa. The Chunin exams have finally begun. Today, Natsuo specifically gathered all his wives at home, and spent a lot of money to invite Kakuzu back from Akatsuki. Don't worry. Kakuzu patted his chest and guaranteed, for the sake of money, I promise that not a single person in your Uchiha residence will die today. You can go and do what you want with peace of mind. I will handle all the problems for you. Based on the amount of money Natsuo provided, Kakuzu felt that even if the leader personally came to KLL, he would be willing to handle it, at least delay it until tomorrow, so I can earn this money. Are you kidding? As long as you pay enough money, even if a god arrives, Kakuzu will KLL him for the reward. Then I'll leave it to you. Natsuo smiled lightly. Leave it to me. Kakuzu patted his chest and then leaned in closer. Boss, during this time, I actually found another powerful expert. Although she hasn't reached cage level yet, she has a strong bloodline limit. I accidentally let her slip away before, but I'll see if I can bring her to you in a while. Kakuzu said. Natsuo's eyes brightened at his words. As the most proactive mercenary, this old man always managed to surprise Natsuo. The price is negotiable. Natsuo responded. The two exchanged a glance, understanding each other. With reliable Kakuzu, Natsuo didn't have to worry about the safety of his wives. Actually, there was no need to worry in the first place. His wives were definitely stronger than most of the shinobi clans, especially Ringo Aiha. Being cage level, she could easily wipe out a whole clan by herself. However, if it was just a matter of spending money, he preferred that his wives and children not run the risk of being involved in a fight. Aiha was also pregnant, and Natsuo didn't want to risk harming the baby. That's why he brought in Kakuzu. Not only his wives and children, but even Sasuke and Naruto, at Natsuo's request, took a day off from their studies under the pretext of watching Neji's Chunin exam, making their fellow students like Kaiba, Chiji, Shikamaru, and others extremely envious. The safety of the Uchiha residence and its properties was entrusted to ordinary mercenaries from Akatsuki. Kakuzu was in charge of the Uchiha mansion, while others were responsible for the regular properties. It can be said that Natsuo prepared himself thoroughly. Natsuo led Sasuke and Naruto straight to the competition venue. The Chunin exam began, and after the third Hokage's usual nonsense, the match began. To be honest, although this generation of shinobis is not as outstanding as Naruto's generation, they are still qualified elites, much stronger than ordinary Chunin. After all, every shinobi village is supposed to show their strength before the nobles, merchants, and high officials present, therefore, ordinary shinobi cannot reach the finals. Various flashy ninjutsu were thrown, although Sasuke, after training with Natsuo, was no longer inferior to ordinary Chunin, he was still very excited watching. Naruto was even more so, wishing he could personally join the fight. Listening to the cheers of the surrounding audience, he excitedly said, "So cool, so great, I also want everyone to cheer for me, then they will definitely acknowledge me, right?" Sasuke also said, "Natsuo, if there's a Chunin exam, is there a Jonin exam? Fighting as a Jonin should be more exciting, right?" "There is no Jonin exam." Natsuo smiled and said, "The reason there is a Chunin exam is because the level of Chunin cannot have too much influence. If there were a Jonin exam, I estimate that after the competition there would be less than half of the audience left alive." Although in Natsuo's previous life, fans of the Naruto series jokingly commented that when the Jonin fought, pots and pans would fly, but when the Jonin clashed, the heavens and the earth would shatter. In reality, Jonin battles are already at a level where ordinary people would die just by being close to the battle. When they fight, they won't hold back, releasing all kinds of powerful ninjutsu, and the audience would be gone. In fact, even during the Chunin exam, there are always elite guards patrolling the spectator stands. Hosting a Chunin exam is not cheap, even the wealthy and powerful Konoha can't afford it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to wait for a month after selecting the finalists, until high-ranking officials and nobles from various countries gather, to officially conduct the final round of the exam. Isn't it just to earn more ticket money? After several rounds of battles, Neji entered the arena. He was wearing a standard Hyuga clan loose kimono, with a gentle smile on his face, walking at a steady pace, and wearing the Konoha forehead protector. As soon as he entered the arena, he attracted the attention of a large number of spectators. "Is this the genius of the Hyuga clan? I heard that in this Chunin exam, he is the only one in his own team participating in the exam. One person in a team? No teammates? Even teammates are not needed. Are people from the Hyuga clan that confident? Shouldn't it be 3 people in a team? How did the Hokage agree to let him participate on his own? Who knows, maybe it's a privilege of the Hyuga clan." Most of the spectators, especially the shinobis, were first surprised and then somewhat indignant, feeling that this kid was being treated too favorably. Shinobis act according to the rules, and those who break the rules have always been despised. It is the rule for 3 people to participate in the Chunin exam as a team, so why did you break it? As a result, the shinobi began to whisper, saying things like, "It's because he's from the Hyuga clan, the Hokage has to give him certain privileges. I heard that this boy is the nephew of the leader of the Hyuga clan, no wonder they treat him so well. Having connections is always good." Words like these filled the crowd. Naruto frowned, and Sasuke looked angry. On the other hand, Natsuo shook his head with a smile. In the shinobi world, regardless of whether breaking the rules is good or not, first of all, you must have the ability to be able to break the rules. Neji was able to do this not only because of the influence of the Hyuga clan, but also because he directly approached the Hokage that day, demonstrating strength comparable to a Chunin. Before he could even speak, the third Hokage invited him to participate. Even if Neji firmly refuses his teammates, the third Hokage is willing to make an exception for him. Because he also knows that someone with absolute dominance in combat can bring great honor to Konoha in the Chunin exams. Unfortunately, most people in this world don't look for reasons within themselves. When others succeed, they like to find various excuses to cover up their own incompetence, such as having a better family background, better timing, or receiving money. Most have a mentality of, I'm not recognized for my talent anyway, all because these bastards stole my opportunities. In reality, most people who hold on to this kind of thinking are just useless. Even if they are given opportunities, it's all in vain. True strong individuals never complain about the unfairness of the world. Instead, they take the initiative to change the world. That's why these shinobis will always be trash, at most slowly accumulating achievements to become Chunin, but they will never reach a prominent position in their lifetime. When high-level Chunin experts see Neji entering the arena, their expressions instantly become serious. Because they know that if Neji can make the third Hokage relent, he must have exceptional abilities. And indeed, that is the case. After the examiner's signal to begin, Neji charges straight towards his opponent. After evading the opponent's fire release with 2 quick changes in direction, he closes in and defeats the enemy with a single strike of gentle fist. So fast! Even the Chunin among the audience were astonished. To be able to participate in the finals of the Chunin exams means that each one is among the best of the Chunin. But Neji defeated him so easily. Even Orochimaru disguised as the Kazekage couldn't help but be impressed. Orochimaru said to himself, a 12-year-old Chunin, Natsuo, has truly trained an extraordinary genius. It's a pity that he is from the Hyuga branch. If he were from the main family, even if he offends Natsuo, he might try to snatch it away from him. The third Hokage, of course, is unaware of Orochimaru's thoughts. But upon noticing his surprise, he showed a proud smile and said, I heard that the Kazekage's son is also participating in the competition. He's younger than Neji. I'm sure the Kazekage has high hopes for him. In the midst of the conversation, the next round of the competition has already begun. Gaara stood in the arena and started forming hand seals. Orochimaru smiled slightly. Yes, I do have high hopes for Gaara. Just like now. Third Hokage frowned. The next second, a huge amount of chakra surged from the Chunin exam arena. At the same time, Orochimaru grabbed third Hokage, and his subordinates simultaneously threw smoke bombs. The plan to destroy Konoha begins. Chapter 108, Chaos Unleashed and the Fascinating Uchiha Club. Roar! Shikako let out a thunderous roar, the chilling chakra unique to the tailed beasts soared into the sky, and the wild waves of energy swept through the entire venue. Some fearful high officials and nobles were knocked unconscious by the force of that impulse. This is a tailed beast. Why is the tailed beast of Tsunagakure here? Damn it, are the Tsunagakure shinobis planning to attack Konoha? Countless Konoha shinobi were shocked. At the same time, Orochimaru grabbed the third Hokage and ascended to the rooftop, followed closely by his subordinates, the Sound Four, Sakon and Yukon, Teiwa, Kidmaru, and Jerb, who all removed their disguises and formed hand seals. 4 invisible barrier walls enveloped the entire area where the two were about to fight. The sudden eruption of the battle between the Hokage and the Kazekage caught everyone present off guard. Some nobles instinctively shouted and tried to escape, causing the exits to become congested. Other guests from different shinobi villages also gathered together without hesitation. Realizing that this attack was orchestrated by Tsunagakure and Otagakure, they immediately retreated to protect the nobles of their own countries while avoiding a clash between the shinobi of Tsunagakure, Otagakure, and Konoha. They wouldn't let Konoha use them as cannon fodder. However, Yakushi Kabuto quickly launched a genjutsu, hypnotizing all the spectators. Hey, what's going on? Because Kabuto deliberately avoided Naruto, so he was not affected by the genjutsu. But his mental state at this time was obviously not so calm and he was somewhat nervous. The shinobis of Tsunagakure and Otagakure are preparing to attack Konoha. Sasuke widened his eyes, his Sharingan appearing. Compared to Naruto, he was much calmer. His pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan accurately captured the enemy's figure. "What should we do, Natsuo?" he calmly asked, but there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. These were enemies. Although he had sparred with Neji, Naruto, and others, he had never fought against enemy shinobis before. Although he was asking, his eyes were eager for battle. "Then let's play around with the shinobis of Tsunagakure and Otagakure at the edge of the battlefield." Natsuo chuckled lightly, seemingly unconcerned. This level of battlefield was only suitable for these 2 little ones to treat as practice. "Should we retreat first?" Sasuke calmly said. "We can't defeat that monster across from us, can we?" He was referring to Gaara. Although Sasuke has made significant progress in strength, he now understands the opponent's strength and won't recklessly charge forward. "It's fine." Natsuo smiled and said, "Someone will take care of it soon." The next moment, both of them saw Neji, who was sitting in the participants' seats, running forward. He arrived in front of Shikaku along with Kakashi and Might Guy. The latter, being Chunin elites, naturally carried the heaviest responsibility. The moment Shikaku broke out, they did not hesitate to move forward and tangle with this colossal creature. "Are you a genin participating in this competition?" Kakashi noticed Neji's actions and frowned. "Are genin these days all so reckless?" "Kid, this big guy is not an opponent that a genin can handle. You retreat quickly. Leave this to us." Suddenly, Shikaku roared in anger, and his arm rushed downwards. Kakashi, Might Guy, and the others were about to take action. Suddenly, they saw Neji rushing forward, directly meeting Shikaku's arm at the forefront. He twisted his body and used the 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Bang! Shikaku's arm was forcefully pushed away. "As a Konoha shinobi, I can also help protect the village." Neji stopped his figure, a smile on his lips. At this moment, there are countless high-level Konoha shinobi here. Neji, who wants to gain reputation. Would he find any other occasion more suitable than this? Neji's actions seemed dangerous, but in fact, there was no risk at all. Although Shikaku is a tailed beast and is difficult to control when it goes berserk, at this time, it is still under Gaara's control and won't go on a rampage. There are high-ranking officials and nobles everywhere, and Gaara is not crazy enough to want to eliminate them all, which would cause everyone to hate him and bring disaster to Tsunagakure. Gaara will cooperate with the shinobi of Konoha and voluntarily leave this place to truly unleash his fury outside the examination grounds. Not only Gaara, but also the shinobi of Tsunagakure and Otagakure, after they go berserk, will gradually move the battlefield outside the examination venue while cooperating with the Konoha shinobi. To think there is a Chunin level. Kakashi was stunned. He didn't expect this examinee, Neji, to be so strong. Then he decisively said, "All right, you take care of yourself." The Chunin level experts can now no longer make the excuse of holding back the tailed beast and have to try to rescue the 3rd Hokage. They can't say they have to stay to protect the younger generation. However, despite everything, Kakashi also decided to pay more attention to this genius and if possible, prevent him from dying prematurely here. Not only Kakashi, but even Higa Hayashi, stopped from luring the enemy out of the examination room when he saw Neji's actions. He decided to annihilate the enemy here and take care of his nephew at the same time. Meanwhile, Natsuo was pulling Sasuke and Naruto to level up in the outer ring, while his gaze was directed towards the outer side. Sure enough, he's back. It's within my expectations, but he appeared a bit early. Hey, why is he coming this way? Shouldn't he be dealing with the enemies on the outskirts? Never mind, I'll go and take a look. At this moment, Konoha was in complete chaos. The attacks from the shinobis of Tsunagakure and Otagakure were not limited to just the examination hall. Several giant snakes were summoned and forcefully broke through the outer walls of Konoha. The shinobis of Tsunagakure and Otagakure entered through the breach, but the Konoha shinobis quickly reacted and confronted the enemies, buying time for the evacuation to the shelter. For a while, there was a constant roar of various ninjutsu in Konoha village. Some outsiders who were visiting Konoha during the Chunin exams couldn't help but start looting. However, there were always unlucky individuals who targeted people they shouldn't provoke. "You old geezer, hand over your money quickly, or else." Ah! A rough-looking old man with white hair grabbed the head of the unknown wandering shinobi and slammed it hard against the wall. Bang! A muffled sound. The wandering shinobi immediately passed out. "Orochimaru, is this your plan? Are you really going to attack our teacher?" Jiraiya looked at the exam site, his eyes filled with a mixture of complexity and sadness. He hesitated for a moment, feeling the uncontrolled snakes inside Konoha and then looking at the exam venue not far from him. In the end, he decided to run towards the exam venue. Konoha has a deep base. He was surprised this time, and the snakes were allowed to wreak havoc to buy time for the villagers to evacuate. Once the evacuation was over, expert shinobi would immediately come to the rescue. A few snakes were nothing to worry about. And he really wants to see Orochimaru again. And see his master for the last time. Without hesitation, he headed straight for the venue, occasionally encountering some Konoha shinobi along the way. Some young shinobis instinctively wanted to attack this person of unknown origin, but before they could act, they were stopped by older individuals. "This is our Konoha's Chunin, Jiraiya-sama. What are you trying to do, kid? Jiraiya-sama has returned to Konoha. That's great. With him here, Konoha will be safe and protected." As the master of the fourth Hokage, Jiraiya, even though he has been away from Konoha for a long time, still commands great respect. With a serious expression on his face, he headed straight to the exam venue. But he hadn't arrived yet. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, his eyes showing a hint of seriousness. "You're actually here too. Judging from the direction, you were originally planning to go to the Uchiha clan's residence, but changed course midway to come here. Well, there are several new clubs there. With your style, of course you would want to experience them first. That was my mistake." Natsuo approached with calm steps, while speaking. In the Naruto series, during the Chunin exams, Jiraiya was led astray either by traces left by Orochimaru or by a girl playing in the mountains. It was not until Konoha was in total chaos due to the attack of the shinobis of Tsunagakure and Otagakure that all the shinobi clans realized that the situation was getting out of control and their experts began to act. Only then did Jiraiya rush over and suppress several large snakes in one fell swoop. But now, the renowned Uchiha club seems to have caught the attention of even this sage, causing him to intervene in the conflict prematurely. This disrupted Konoha's plan for collapse. Others may not be able to break through the four violet flames formation's barrier, but he might. It's all because of our captivating Uchiha club. Who are you? Jiraiya's face turned serious, and his eyes narrowed. But he soon noticed the unique Akatsuki uniform on Natsuo. His face is partially hidden by the high collar of his coat and a bamboo hat that covers his head, casting a subtle shadow over his features. Despite this, two crimson-red eyes are visible through the shadow. Wait, that outfit, and those eyes. Are you Uchiha Itachi? That's right. Once again, Natsuo disguised himself as Itachi again. Jiraiya's pupils contracted. He had once tracked Orochimaru and naturally knew about Orochimaru's affiliation with Akatsuki and the information about Itachi. But he quickly calmed down. "No, you're not Uchiha Itachi. So, who are you exactly?" Jiraiya's expression was serious. He didn't know the true relationship between Itachi and Konoha, as he had been away for many years when the Uchiha clan was annihilated. But as a SK*LLED shinobi, he could see the traces of transformation technique on Natsuo. Although he couldn't discern the true identity beneath the transformation technique, it also denied the fact that he was Itachi. "I am Uchiha Itachi." Natsuo smiled. Or would Jiraiya-sama like to verify it personally? In the next second, his pupils changed. The pattern of a windmill appeared in his eyes. The Mangekyou Sharingan. Chapter 109, I've wanted to K*LL the third Hokage for a long time. Mangekyou Sharingan. Jiraiya's face changed, his expression becoming more serious. As a cage-level powerhouse, he naturally could sense the opponent's aura and immediately recognized them as a formidable enemy. But Mangekyou Sharingan? Isn't that an ability only possessed by Uchiha Itachi? Could this person really be Uchiha Itachi? I clearly noticed traces of transformation technique on him. Could it be that I'm getting old, and my eyes are deceiving me? However, do you think that with just your eyes, you can defeat me? Jiraiya remained fearless, facing him directly. Being an Uchiha doesn't mean you're invincible. When I led my troops against the shinobi of Iwagakure, there were no shortage of Uchiha clan members among my subordinates. He subtly moved his posture, showing the confidence that a Chunin should have. In reality, the Chunin were undoubtedly the top powerhouses in the shinobi world. In the Naruto series, when Uchiha Itachi and Kisame tried to capture Naruto while he was traveling with Jiraiya, they only acted when they managed to get the latter away from Naruto. In fact, Itaki and Kisame commented that in a fight against Jiraiya they would at best KLL him but end up dead as well. Even Pain admitted that his victory over Jiraiya was largely due to his ability to summon multiple bodies through the Six Paths technique. This gave him a crucial advantage over Jiraiya during their confrontation, otherwise he would not have been able to defeat Jiraiya. This shows how powerful the Chunin really are. If Orochimaru had not been with his health deteriorating and his body beginning to fail due to his experiments and continuous use of forbidden techniques, which made him much more vulnerable in combat, he could have defeated the young Uchiha Itaki and taken the Mangekyou Sharingan from him. So facing Natsuo, Jiraiya naturally had no fear and proudly said, "I participated in 2 of the 3 great shinobi wars. I've seen all kinds of grand scenes. So what if you're an Uchiha? You're just a coward. Let me measure your worth. Don't underestimate me." Even if this plan to destroy Konoha was probably orchestrated by Orochimaru, this person in front of me is either Orochimaru's subordinate or an ally brought in by Orochimaru. But even if Orochimaru personally made a move, I am confident that I can hold him off. The next second. Crack. The surrounding space suddenly fell silent, turning into black and white. Then, a series of cracks and breaks appeared. The monotonous and cold aura of the Tsukuyomi world came forth. Jiraiya was directly bound to a cross, unable to move. He had never seen this scene before. Jiraiya was a bit dumbfounded. Did I just fall into a genjutsu? Splatter. Natsuo calmly stabbed Jiraiya, then turned his head to look at him. Jiraiya-sama, what did you just say? Oh my god, it hurts. At the same time. Konoha village, Uchiha residence. Among the Uchiha clan today, aside from the young children, the remaining wives are all SK*LLED kunoichi. Additionally, some of the most trusted wives have received information from Natsuo. When the alarm sounded in Konoha, the Uchiha residents immediately reacted. A large number of rogue and wandering shinobi recruited by Akatsuki appeared and firmly protected the Uchiha residents. They were not protecting Natsuo's wives, but rather the ordinary customers. After explaining the current situation in a friendly manner, all customers, merchants, and service personnel calmly sought shelter and constructed temporary defensive structures using earth release. Due to Natsuo's presence, Orochimaru deliberately did not allow the giant snakes to break into the Uchiha residence and even deliberately arranged for the shinobi of Tsunagakure and Otagakure to avoid that direction. Of course, during the chaos of war, it was inevitable that some shinobi would get out of control. However, they were quickly K*LLED by shinobi brought by Akatsuki. Grandpa Kakuzu sat firmly in the main house, and several masked creatures had already been summoned, giving off a murderous aura, giving a feeling of invincibility. In coordination with the shinobi brought by Akatsuki who came and went, the Uchiha clan's residential area, which was of considerable size, surprisingly gave the feeling of a paradise amidst the chaos of war. Many Konoha residents who were near the Uchiha clan's residential area also gathered there, hoping to seek refuge. The person in charge of the residential area, Yukino, of course, did not refuse. Warmly, she arranged for the residents to welcome people while quietly promoting the Uchiha clan. At least they have obtained the protection of the Uchiha clan, and the residents of Konoha are grateful. Even the Konoha shinobi who lived nearby hesitated for a moment and chose not to go with their families to the Konoha shelter, which is a bit far away, but instead sent their loved ones to the Uchiha clan area. The defensive power of the Uchiha clan is so strong that it may be safer than going to Konoha shelters. It can be said that even though there is only one adult, Natsuo, left in the Uchiha clan, they have miraculously become the anchor for all the residents of Konoha. Some merchants who have settled in the residential area of the Uchiha clan couldn't help but feel grateful for the protection provided when they saw this scene. Even the expensive rent they had to pay is no longer a reason for dissatisfaction. However, there are still some internal problems within the Uchiha clan. I'm going to find Natsuo. Kurane said seriously. According to intelligence, this Tsunagakure and Otagakure operation is centered around the Chunin exam site, and Natsuo and Sasuke are inside the site. What if something happens to them? That's right. Ijayo also said. We have enough manpower here, so why not provide some support to Natsuo? Other wives also expressed, exactly, those women who are pregnant should not take risks, but those of us who do not have any physical impediments are still combat forces who can go and help our husband. The problem is that your husband doesn't need your help. Anko thought to herself, but she persuaded everyone together with Yukino. She couldn't directly mention Natsuo's strength, so she could only say, Natsuo bears the great responsibility of the Uchiha clan's revival, and he definitely won't recklessly fight to the death with others. He will definitely be safe, so you can rest assured. But such statements are of no use at all. Even the recognized elder sister, Yukino, couldn't suppress the emotions of her sisters. In the end, Aiha suddenly drew her sword and stabbed it at the door. Stop wasting time, whoever wants to go save Natsuo, if you can defeat me, I'll let you go. Alright. Kurane, starting to get impatient, accepted Aiha's challenge. Kurane knows that Aiha is a kunoichi who has hidden her identity. She is clearly a wandering shinobi, who was lucky enough to meet Natsuo and was eventually accepted into the Uchiha clan. She's just a wandering shinobi, how could she be my opponent? Of course, she is also pregnant, so I should spare her. Crackling. Kurane was stunned when Aiha easily tackled her to the ground in 3 moves, despite Aiha's belly showing signs of pregnancy and preventing her from moving easily. With your appearance, it seems like you haven't seriously trained in a long time. Are you even qualified to participate in this kind of big battle? Aiha looked disdainful. Are you asking for death? Be a good girl and wait for your husband to come back. He's much safer than you. Aiha remembered the scene where Natsuo defeated her back then and her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Even though she had been training diligently since then, she did not feel the slightest chance of winning. Although Natsuo was at the site of the Chunin exam, facing many expert shinobi from various villages. But she still felt that she and the other women, who were being protected by the shinobi brought by Akatsuki, were in greater danger than Natsuo. With his strength, I'm afraid no one in the entire village can *LL him, right? Aiha thought in her heart, and without mercy, said, if you can't beat me, just stay here. Then she mercilessly knocked to the ground another of the women who was screaming that she wanted to go save Natsuo. They all began to doubt their lives. As kunoichi who could marry Natsuo, even the weakest among them were Chunin, and some even had Jonin level strength. However, they were all defeated by Aiha, a pregnant woman. Could it be that I really haven't practiced well for too long and my strength has greatly declined? No. I have to work hard to train in the future. Otherwise, when a dangerous situation occurs again, I will only be able to stay at home honestly like now, and I will be of no use at all. Then, one by one, the women said goodbye to their quiet life, which had become idle due to the wealth of the Uchiha clan, and began to work hard and practice again. The strength of a shinobi can improve. A strong kunoichi can obviously give birth to more outstanding children. Natsuo has always encouraged his wives to practice hard, but unfortunately, the results were not significant. Except for a few like Aiha, most of them gave up on becoming stronger and became idle. In short, under Aiha's suppression, the Uchiha clan stabilized. On the other side, Jiraiya collapsed weakly in the corner. Damn it, how did it end up like this? Of course, he wasn't directly overturned by Natsuo's Tsukuyomi. In the Naruto series, even Kakashi, after being hit by the Tsukuyomi, was barely able to hold on until Might Guy arrived before finally collapsing due to letting his guard down. Jiraiya is much stronger than Kakashi. Even if he was hit by Natsuo's Tsukuyomi, he managed to forcibly break free from the illusion and still maintained a certain level of combat power, able to counterattack. But the time he stayed in the illusion was enough for Natsuo. In a cage-level battle, even a small flaw can be seized by the enemy and become a crucial factor affecting the outcome. Furthermore, Jiraiya was attacked by the Tsukuyomi, which affected him, leaving him as if he had stayed awake for several days, exhausted and without strength. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, supporting his tired body, he tried to summon the 2 great sage toads. But Natsuo, who was familiar with Jiraiya's techniques, would never give him this chance. Taking advantage of the fact that he was weakened, he quickly defeated him. Of course, Natsuo didn't really intend to *LL Jiraiya here, and Jiraiya also had some tricks up his sleeve. So, with Natsuo's deliberate performance, Jiraiya finally managed to escape, but was unable to participate in the current Konoha battle. Damn it, who uses the Mangekyou Sharingan before even starting the battle? Jiraiya leaned against the corner, panting heavily, with a helpless expression. Normal shinobis would evaluate each other first and seize the opportunity before revealing their trump cards. But Natsuo acted against common sense, starting with Tsukuyomi, and Jiraiya, who was unfamiliar with the Mangekyou Sharingan technique, fell into the trap and lost outright. Damn it, where did these Mangekyou Sharingan come from? Could it really be Uchiha Atake? Has he come to seek revenge on Konoha? Exam venue. Inside the four violet flames formation, the idle chatter between Orochimaru and the third Hokage was already over. In the eyes of others, the fierce attacks that could K'LL at any moment were not even worth a test for the two cage-level individuals. They could only serve as idle chat for them to play with. The next second, the two finally got serious. The third Hokage revealed his armor and Orochimaru took off the Kazekage robe he was wearing, revealing his usual attire. And at that moment, just in time, Natsuo walked onto the roof in his regular attire, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Looking at the two who were still not completely serious, he smiled immediately. This is really great. Luckily, I acted fast, otherwise it might have been too late. Orochimaru and the third Hokage's eyes both narrowed at the same time. Natsuo. You're Uchiha Natsuo. The shadow guards next to him saw Natsuo and were first stunned, then without hesitation said, "What are you doing here? This is not a place where a Chunin like you can stay. Hurry up and go down, find an opponent you can handle. Leave this to us." Their words were full of impatience. However, they didn't see the solemn look in the third Hokage's eyes and the furrowed brow of Orochimaru. "Natsuo, how did you end up here?" Orochimaru's eyes drooped slightly. "I remember I brought Jiraiya here. Didn't you run into him?" "Oh? You mean him?" Natsuo was taken aback, then laughed. "So, it was you who brought him here. I thought it was our Uchiha clan's clubhouse that was too attractive and made him go out of his way. Come to think of it, even if he likes women, a shinobi of that level wouldn't be delayed by women when it comes to important matters. It seems I was being presumptuous." Saying that, Natsuo laughed self-deprecatingly, as if mocking his own overestimation. He slowly walked up to the barrier and looked at the four violet flames formation. He then looked at Taeya, whom he found beautiful, and smiled, saying, "Miss, can you let me in? To be honest, I've wanted to K'LL the third Hokage for a long time. I really don't want to leave it to someone else." Chapter 110, Reckoning with the third Hokage. Natsuo gave a kind smile as he spoke, "Would it be possible for me to be allowed in, please?" But in the instant when Natsuo's words fell, the three Anbu guards launched their attacks without hesitation. "He is Orochimaru's accomplice. K'LL him. We can't let him influence the Hokage inside." The three Chunin-level experts arrived in an instant. Holding ninja swords and kunao, they directly aimed to K'LL Natsuo. However, Natsuo just smiled lightly. He grabbed the hand of a Chunin who was holding a kunao, and using the kunao, he K'LLed the shinobi who was about to stab him with a ninja sword. Then, using the manipulating attack blades technique to control the kunao, he stabbed another Chunin who was heading towards him. Finally, he threw the remaining Chunin, whose wrist he had grabbed, onto the body of the last Chunin who had just been stabbed, manipulating the kunao so that it cut his neck. Blood flowed instantly, dyeing the roof tiles blood red. In just an instant, all three Chunin were wiped out. "This guy." The expressions of the shinobi of the Sound 4 team changed. The shadow guard of the third Hokage was not weaker than themselves. Natsuo could KLL the shadow guard in an instant, just as he could KLL them in an instant. "It seems that you guys don't want to let me pass." Natsuo sighed lightly, looking at the four violet flame formation. In the next moment, a huge purple arm appeared next to him. At first, the arm was just bones, but then muscles emerged, and it was covered in armor. The arm extended out forcefully, directly piercing the barrier with a violent twist. Crack! The seemingly absolute defense of the four violet flames formation was directly opened by a long and narrow crack, which then began to spread across the entire barrier. Rumble! A huge crack actually opened in the four violet flames formation. The Sound 4's scalps went numb, their entire bodies tensed up, their hair standing on end, and their hearts seemed to stop beating. "Stay calm, stabilize your chakra output," Natsuo said with a light laugh, dispersing the Susanoo arm while taking a light step forward, walking into the crack. As Susanoo's power dissipated, the Sound 4 chakras surged madly. Finally, the four violet flame formation stabilized again. But their hearts were pounding, in a panic. That incredibly tough barrier, which even cage-level experts needed to take seriously, seemed like a piece of paper in front of this man. With a casual swipe, it could be torn open. "Is this barrier really useful? Orochimaru-sama, is this 4 violet flame formation your modified ninjutsu? It's quite impressive. Natsuo exclaimed, as if he had seen something novel. Orochimaru's mouth twitched. You could say that. This is a modification I made from the Uzumaki clan's 4 red yang formation when I was still in Konoha. Although its power has been greatly reduced, the 4 red yang formation requires 4 cage level experts, making it too difficult. This one is more practical. Orochimaru-sama truly lives up to his reputation as the #1 scientist in the shinobi world. He's amazing. Natsuo raised his thumb. The 4 violet flames formation has its merits. Don't underestimate the 4 violet flames formation, although its power is dozens of times less than that of the 4 red yang formation, but the problem with the latter is that you still need to find 4 cage level experts to activate it. Under normal circumstances, even Konohagakure might not be able to produce 4 cage level experts at once. Even if they were able to produce them and trap the enemy, can they afford to allocate manpower to enter the formation NK*LL the enemy? Has no sense. So, although the 4 red yang formation seems powerful, its practicality is almost zero. On the other hand, Orochimaru's improved 4 violet flames formation is quite good. Currently, the Sound 4 have trapped the 3rd Hokage and are blocking the Anbu outside. However, Orochimaru, after hearing what Natsuo said, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his lips. The merit is that it can heal itself after being torn apart? That's not the merit I had in mind when I made the improvements back then. Natsuo, you're Uchiha Natsuo, right? The 3rd Hokage's face became serious. So you've been hiding so deeply all this time. The so-called revival of the Uchiha clan, the so-called having children, the so-called spending a fortune to have children. Are you hiding from me and avoiding Dan's attention? Hello, Lord 3rd Hokage, long time no see. Natsuo smiled and said, but you're wrong about one thing. I really do want to have children, and the children I have are real. However, the 3rd Hokage didn't believe it at all. A person who indulges women every day and has had so many children in a few years, can he still have so much strength? Shouldn't those who train every day just bang their heads against the wall and die, to save themselves from showing their stupidity? Natsuo, what do you want by coming here? The 3rd Hokage stared at Natsuo with his old eyes. Is Uchiha really planning to betray Konoha? Hey. Isn't Konoha the one who betrayed the Uchiha? Natsuo laughed and said, 3rd Hokage, have you forgotten that it was you and Dans who deceived Uchiha Itachi and joined forces to exterminate the Uchiha clan? I also found the eyes of the former clan leader, Fugaku, and those of his wife, Mikoto, in Dan's research laboratory. It turns out that you are the one responsible for that incident. The 3rd Hokage's face twitched. In fact, the moment he saw Natsuo, he thought of the root attack case and the attack on Dans. Although Dans denied the existence of the research lab in front of other clan heads. But in a later private conversation with the 3rd Hokage they discovered what the missing materials were. Who knows if the culprit would use those items against Konoha? Anyway, something was lost, and in this regard, he wouldn't hide it. So you knew. The 3rd Hokage hesitated, saying, Natsuo, there are some misunderstandings. It wasn't me and Dans manipulating Itachi, but rather your Uchiha clan plotting a rebellion. Itachi tried to dissuade his father several times but couldn't resolve it. He had no choice but to. Yes, just like how you watched Dan's K*LL Shisui, just like how you decided to eliminate all the weak and sickly Uchiha, not sparing even newborn babies, and had the Uchiha's Sharingan dug out to be used as research subjects. Natsuo said, full of sarcasm. The 3rd Hokage choked and couldn't speak for a while. Besides someone like Itachi, who was manipulated, who else would firmly stand on the Hokage's side if they knew about this? When you first came back, Dan suggested that I get rid of you. Maybe I should have listened to him then. The 3rd Hokage took a deep breath, his gaze incredibly serious. You indeed know too much. Hey. It's not that you didn't want to get rid of me, but I never left Konoha, right? Natsuo smiled and said, if I had left Konoha, I don't think you or Dans would have simply watched as the Uchiha's great wealth was used by me. The corner of the 3rd Hokage's mouth twitched. Yes, both he and Dans had tried to manipulate Natsuo to leave the village. But in the end, he stayed in the village, never stepping out. So, are you here for Uchiha's revenge? The 3rd Hokage took a deep breath. Are you accumulating power for revenge with those eyes of yours? No, I'm not that close to the Uchiha clan. I didn't awaken my Mangekyou Sharingan because of that. Natsuo chuckled. Actually, although there may be some issues, Itaka's act of eliminating the Uchiha did me a great favor. It was because of his actions that I easily obtained a large fortune and live happily every day. From that perspective, I should perhaps thank you. Then why do you still want to k*ll? Third Hokage was about to speak but was interrupted by Natsuo. Third Hokage, have you forgotten about your actions against the Uchiha clan recently? Have you forgotten about forcing me to carry out difficult missions? Have you forgotten that because of Asuma's jealousy you attacked the Uchiha clan? So now I want to k*ll you, what's the problem with that? Third Hokage was dumbfounded. Yes, he did target the Uchiha clan and caused them some losses. But just because of this small matter. Just because of this small matter, you want to k*ll the leader of your own village? Orochimaru sighed lightly. Yes, this man may seem gentle and easy to talk to, but he is not magnanimous. The fact that he was almost extorted clean is the most obvious evidence. Regarding the plan to destroy Konoha, Orochimaru and Natsuo hardly discussed it, because they both knew each other's intentions, to k*ll Third Hokage. Orochimaru also brought Jiraiya specifically to prevent Natsuo from taking action, but unfortunately, this arrangement did not have any effect. Natsuo-kun, can't you let me have Third Hokage? Orochimaru sighed lightly, his voice hoarse, his gaze serious. Although I don't have anything to trade with you right now, I promise to give you a satisfactory reward in the future. K*ling Third Hokage is my responsibility. Natsuo silently looked at Orochimaru. From a utilitarian perspective, it would be the same no matter who made the move. But Orochimaru took the initiative. Or rather, he still had strong feelings for Third Hokage, otherwise, with his personality, why would he bother with the plan to destroy Konoha? When has Orochimaru ever cared about the village or power? He only cares about immortality and power. But Orochimaru eventually took action because he wanted to give his teacher a perfect ending. The Third Hokage became increasingly old, yet he was unwilling to relinquish power. He endured humiliation from external forces and used a heavy hand internally. During the Third Great Shinobi War, Konohagakure clearly defeated Uegakure, but in the end, they signed an equal peace agreement. The things he had gained on the battlefield were unexpectedly given away on the negotiation table. This weakness made all the Konoha shinobi dissatisfied. So Namikaze Minato, at a young age, took over and became the Hokage. Had he not taken office, the Third Hokage would have been the first cage to be removed. And now, with the death of the Fourth Hokage, the Third Hokage has returned to power, and the resentment towards him has been accumulating. Especially after Natsuo attacked the Roots Research Lab, it completely angered all the shinobi. If it weren't for the imminent danger of a great shinobi war, forcing the shinobi and the higher UPS to quiet down for the sake of Konoha, the Third Hokage would have already stepped down. But is the Fourth Great Shinobi War really an opportunity for the Third Hokage? Not necessarily. Or perhaps, one mistake in the Fourth Great Shinobi War could be the time when the Third Hokage loses all his honor. So before that happens, Orochimaru wants to allow his teacher, the Third Hokage, to retire with the honorable status of a deceased Hokage. This is the principle behind Orochimaru's actions. Natsuo has always known this because if it weren't for this reason, Orochimaru really had no reason to k*ll Rasa. Rasa is also a cage-level shinobi, and even though he may be considered the weaker among cage-level shinobi, he could still cause greater casualties to Konoha. However, this goes against Orochimaru's plan. He wants to see his master retire with honor, to see the old man in his twilight years still fighting him to the death and protecting the safety of the Konoha village as a hero. And not the culprit who lost incompetently to the enemy, causing Konoha to be leaderless and suffer heavy losses. Who made him attack me and the Uchiha clan? Natsuo smiled and said, I'm sorry, Orochimaru, I don't have the habit of passing up the opportunity to finish off my enemies. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, his face filled with k*ling intent. His palms opened and closed, as if hesitating about something, yet also seemingly eager to take action. But he hadn't taken any steps yet. The Third Hokage couldn't help but be filled with anger. Orochimaru! Natsuo! He shouted angrily, you two seem to be having a great time chatting. What do you think of me, the Hokage? Do you think I'm some random shinobi that you can easily k*ll? Suddenly, an enormous amount of chakra emanated from him, his aura imposing, as if he had returned to the peak of his ninja prowess. With such an imposing presence, he could easily overwhelm weaker shinobi. You two brats, come at me together. As the third Hokage of Konoha, I will send you both to hell. He was full of aggression. However, Orochimaru let out a sigh. Natsuo even smiled slightly. Hokage-sama, you're right. We really regard you as some random shinobi that we can easily k*ll. Before the third Hokage could get even angrier, Natsuo looked over and carefully examined the third Hokage's armor. The ninja armor he wore was of the Sengoku period style. During the Sengoku period, there were few missions involving infiltration, espionage, and instigating discord. Most missions involved direct conflicts between shinobis. Protecting oneself with armor became the first choice for shinobis, and even the early shinobis of Konoha preferred wearing armor rather than the lightweight ninja attire used nowadays. However, Natsuo smiled faintly and said, "Third Hokage, you don't often wear this battle armor, do you?" The third Hokage was surprised. He didn't expect Natsuo to suddenly mention his outfit. But what he said was not wrong. As the third Hokage, he hadn't engaged in combat with anyone for a long time, so he naturally didn't need to wear battle armor. This armor had been stored at the bottom of a box, and if it weren't for the news of Orochimaru's attack, he probably wouldn't have put it on today. Natsuo's eyes carried a hint of mockery as he looked at the shiny new battle armor worn by the third Hokage and said slowly, "Ninja attire has never been as clean and tidy as yours, Hokage-sama. It should be stained with sweat, mud, and blood. It should look tattered, that's how a shinobi should look. Third Hokage, you have become old, very old. The brave shinobi of the past died a long time ago. What remains is just an old man who relies on past glory, monopolizes interests, and suppresses newcomers. With such a mindset, how can you possibly defeat us?" Even Natsuo, who now enjoyed a comfortable life, had fought to the death in his early years, engaging in life-or-death battles with enemies multiple times. Even now, whenever the system rewarded him with a new ninjutsu, he would immediately find time to sweat and work hard to thoroughly digest and incorporate the ninjutsu into his own battle style. Not to mention Orochimaru, who had defected from Konoha and had fought with others more than once. In our eyes, you are truly just a useless waste that can be k*lled with a flick of our hands.
Thanks for listening.